I hope everybody hear me here, sure. All right. Now, Igbo matter what they do today. Make I they play the video.
Ụmụaka ndị Igbo bara ime ọfịa chọpụta na kidnapping na na-ekpata ego na ya werezi emere biznes. Onye nya ahụ ka na onye tara ọba ime ọfịa soghị na ya na-eme liberation na-ewetara ụlọ Biafra. Ọ pụta okpuru mmadụ wetara ya ego ewetara ego bepụ ya isi ọ etu a bụ Biafra na-ekwu maka ya. So alụ baa ebe niile.
Yep, maybe I put this thing on repeat actually until I get some guests here. But if you're here, welcome. And if you want to share, if you want to talk about this topic, because now this Biafra matter, and shout out to Ijele. Ijele they for also Imo State now. They do within Kachinofi do. So shout out to Ijele, man. Shout out to him doing God's work in Imo State, chasing these miscreants to the holes that they belong. Made them go back to that Okada within the drive. And, shout out to all the Okada people because that's an honorable profession where people, they use the sea road, they chop, they feed their family, they raise their family, But these people, when they do, that's the stupid idea. This egombute where Igbo boys don't they talk about. Egombute, that's criminality, idea of criminality. Now, idea of criminality be that, But anyway, shout out to Ijele, shout out to Governor Soludo for finally speaking up because even though they speak up before, but shout out to him for finally speaking up. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Anyway, I'm trying to make that video to be on repeat. Now, waiting at the try figure out now. So make gonna bear with me. I know there's a way to do it, but I just need to figure it out. Let me see. We already have a media source here. Media source.
Ụmụaka ndị Igbo bara ime ọfịa chọpụta na kidnapping na na-ekpata ego na ya werezi emere business.
All right, Unago, just let's keep liking. Let's keep liking this live. We're gonna get to 1,000 likes before we can bring any guest up. But I see we already have a guest. So I see we already have a guest, but let's keep liking. All right, make I bring this panel here so that I can see it clearly on this side. All right, we have Christopher here, but before we get into the conversation, we go just the like first. Let's hit 1,000 likes so that we go get get more people here to talk about it. So that go just be, just a small conversation. Let's keep liking and sharing. If you haven't liked, if you haven't shared, share and shout out to Ijele, they for Imo State now. They do the one in they do for there, Ingos won't wipe these people, come out, finish. That's how it should be. These people are never do wells, like miscreants. Those people will say if you go village, you go to send them message. That's what these people are. Now they can't carry gun, give them. Then come, they feel like say them they now feel important because they now have guns. But I'm glad that finally an Igbo leader is speaking up. I'm glad that finally an Igbo leader is speaking up. Not like Peter Obi where they say, what did he even do? What did they even do? I don't see any reason why. Stop playing. Stop playing. Nnamdi Kanu is the cause of all this nonsense. And we need to keep talking about it. We need to keep talking about it. Let's keep liking, by the way. Let's keep liking, sharing, and get more people here to join this conversation. In the meantime, I don't know, Vex. I know if you play music again because YouTube and Facebook, they worry. If you play any type of music, they, you copyright this, copyright that. But anyway, thank you guys for being here. Let's keep liking, let's keep sharing, and get more people here to join the conversation. In the meantime, we have Mr. Christopher. Thank you for coming back, but let's get to 1,000 likes before we get the conversation started. Let's keep liking and sharing. And also, Facebook people, let me see what's going on there. Let me see. All right, we have some people on Facebook. I guess so, sir. I don't know what that means, but Isaac, thank you for joining. Luke Chimezie say he is. I guess you are referring to Ijele. Yes, Ijele is the man. Ijele is the man. Shout out to Ijele. Shout out to Ijele. Ijele is the man. Doing God's work in Imo State. But thank you guys for joining, man. Thank you guys for joining. Adeleke on Facebook, Adeleke Samsela says, thank God most of you are speaking out now. My brother, they say better late than never now. But never late is better, but better late than never, you know. So I'm glad that Ijele is out there doing what he's doing, chasing these people to the holes that they belong. Those who now hold, they're supposed to go to that hole where they been there before. Now they can't carry guns, give these people. You know, they started feeling important. Buying people. Make I play this Soludo video again. Because as I hear him yesterday, I'm like, this is what we need to keep hearing now. This is what we need to keep hearing. Yes. 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 Yep. Oh.
So,
Alumele. Let's call it what it is. Let's call it what it is. Let's call it exactly what it is. Make sure bear with me here. I'm trying to get my distance set up here and there. We'll get into it. Trying to get everything set up in my face so I can see what's going on here. Soludo is the man. Soludo is the man. Ijele is the man. Before I been no like Soludo, but I don't like the man, you know. So shout out to Soludo. Shout out to Soludo. In the do it in Peter Obi no gree do. Shout out to Soludo. Peter Obi no one condemn this IPOB. No one condemn anything bad where they come out from East South East. Meanwhile, it didn't they affect us. In no one bring that same attention when they bring for Edo, that same attention they bring for Zamfara, for Kogi, for everywhere. He doesn't want to bring that attention back home so that these people then go clear them once and for all. He doesn't want to bring, I don't know why he doesn't want to bring that attention back to the Southeast. I don't know whether he no like us. I don't know whether he no like us. Now why no one bring that attention come our side? Anyway, let's keep liking. I know I said 1,000. We're almost at 2K, so let's hit 2K, and then we'll get this conversation started. Anyway, thank you guys on Facebook. I appreciate you. If you want to join the conversation, feel free to follow us on TikTok at the Bia Palo Podcast, and we're going to bring you up. We can't bring you up on Facebook. You have to come over to TikTok so we can bring you up, and we can have these conversations. Let's keep liking. Shout out to Ijele. Shout out to Ijele. Shout out to Ijele. Ijele, they do it in most Igbo men. Most people know be just Igbo men. Most people know it do. Me, I know it do. I'm not go lie for you. I know it do it Ijele they do. Go for bush, go there, fight these idiots. These idiots where no get any miscreants where not their life is worth nothing. I know if it go put my life for those idiots. But shout out to Ijele for doing it. Those guys are worthless idiots. You know, anyway, Yusuf Lukumon says good job on Facebook. Says good job. Thank you. Akomo Lafe Michael, thank you for being here on Facebook. Keep up the good work. I believe this hatred and victims mentality will stop when people speak up and educate others. Like, absolutely, absolutely. We have to do a lot of education. Make I play this Soludo video again one more time. Because as I hear them, they switch me for them. All Mwagandi Igbo.
Chọpụta na kidnapping na ba na-ekpata ego na ya were emere business. Onye nya ahụ ka na onye tara ọba ime ọfịa. So ya na-eme liberation. Na-ewetara ụlọ Biafra.
Na so.
Ọ pụta oburu mmadụ.
Na so.
Wetara ya ego.
Na so.
Ewetara ego bepịa isi.
Na so.
Etu a bụ Biafra na-ekwu maka ya.
Na so.
So, alụ baa ebe niile.
Alumel Nalibo. Anyway, thank you guys for being here. We are 2K likes. Let's get this conversation started. Let's get this conversation started. Oga Christopher, welcome back to the Bia Palo Podcast, man. Welcome back. We need to give you a round of applause because three in a row. I appreciate you, man, for coming back. Appreciate you, man. All right. Sorry, I muted you there. If you want to give us your thoughts on this topic, man. Sorry, I muted you. If you want to unmute yourself and give us your thoughts on this topic.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, the truth is that Soludo has been talking over the issues that concern Igbos and the insecurity. This is not the first time. It is part of the hatred on him by average Igbo people. Not that he's not working. He has outperformed any other governor recently that has governed Anambra State. In terms of dualization, in terms of laudable projects, he has employed 8,000 teachers. He has done marvelously. Investing in education. If you go to Oga High School, you will thump up. Go and see most of the projects he's doing. I'm not saying that he's a saint, but as a matter of fact, he will be the only governor that will leave something behind in Anambra State. I stay in Delta State, and I'm from Arondizo. I pass through Anambra often, so I can see what he's doing. But why people dislike him was that he has been vocal on the issue of Biafra and Biafraud. He has been vocal. He has been condemning all the condemnables. He has talked. He has spoke out. Sincerely speaking, and there was a conference he held in US with Igbo World Igbo Organization or something like that. He told them that they've made arrests, that more than 99.9% of the people arrested were Southeasterners. So it's obvious, only that we are on self-denial. We want to protect our terrorists and crucify Fulani terrorists. That is the issue we have. We have people who are shot. In fact, it is part of the why I don't regard most people as Igbo leaders, because they speak with two mouths. If they consider the atrocities of Nnamdi Kanu and his boys in the southeast, if it's well documented, I tell you the truth, in 50 years' time, the unborn generation will rise against his lineage. Nnamdi Kanu is pure a curse.
Yep.
To the Igbo race.
Absolutely.
A man who has not mowed one block in his father's house. How do we know Igbos that are vibrant, that are doing well? Is that it's not a written thing, but it's like something that is handed over from one generation to other generation. Since after the war, every Igbo man wants his first money to touch his father's house. I built my first house in my 30. At 30, I started building. And in the village. That's as far back as 27. But this guy has mowed nothing. Rather, he blacklisted all our great sons and daughters of Igbo land, yep, who disagree with him on his principles or his personal business, which is a Biafran business. So what am I trying to say? Kudos to Soludo. He's the man.
He is.
He's the man. The souls of those that Nnamdi Kanu and his boys has wasted will be rejoicing in their grave. Let the truth be told.
Yep.
Let's call a spade a spade. Let's rise against the common criminal and the unrepentant terrorists as courts projected him to be, and that is whom he is. Most of these boys, you see, contributed nothing in their families.
Yep.
They have never paid bills for anybody. but we are called names. We are called the Fulefus. We are called all manner of names.
Yep.
Even when we are training our siblings, even when some of us have 3 graduates in our name, even when we are not graduates, we have raised graduates under 30 or under 50. We have 3, 4 in our name. Yet these guys blacklist us and called us all sort of names. Even when we don't do any business with the government, we are some of us are mapped out for destruction, for saying no, this is not the way. If you want to get a Biafra, there are the ways. Sponsor people into the state assemblies, into national assemblies. Let them move motion for the constitution to be amended. Start from there. That is what we said, and some people rose against us. Suddenly, he armed people. I don't know where in any nation where non-state actors are allowed to parade the way they paraded themselves.
Yep.
I don't know such a nation. In 2014, this guy was going from one place to the other, raising money for ammunitions. He even made a broadcast that he has formed a security organization called ESN. By himself, he said they were in the bushes. Now, when you armed criminals who were Okada riders, who were giving false hope that he will use them to build the government, some of them are governors in their heart, even when they can't write their names. Some of them are ministers of finance, even when they don't have primary 2 education. He gave them false hope, gave them guns.
Yep.
And what did they do? They turned Igbo land to a theater of destruction, destroyed our young ones, frustrated them from going to school. While his own children are in UK going to school every time, but he mandated the entire Southeast to sit at home every Monday. Sometimes they will just declare emergency sit at home during examination, national examination, during WAEC, during NECO. What are we talking about?
Yep.
The destruction this young man caused in Igbo land, I tell you the gospel truth, it will take 2 decades to repair.
And I think it's being repaired now. You know, people, again, that's why I say shout out to Ijele doing what he's doing in Imo State now. Because it's better you start now than you don't start at all, right? So it's better we start now talking, Ijele on ground doing what he's doing. But Oga Christopher, thank you for that, your thoughts and opinion on this. If you want to stay put here, let's hear what the other guest here has to say. But before then, let me just shout out the people waiting for here and read some comments in the chat. Johnson Emmanuel from Facebook, he says, Soludo is the real Odogo of Igbo land now. Absolutely, I agree with you. I make I play that video one more time because as I hear him, they sweet me. They sweet me for body. Yep.
Chọpụta na kidnapping na bana-ekpata ego na ya werezi emere biznes. Onye nya ahụ ka na onye tara ọba ime ọfịa sogide ya na-eme liberation na-ewetara ụlọ Biafra. Ọ pụta oburu mmadụ wetara ya ego, ewetara ego bepịa isi ọ etu a bụ Biafra na-ekwu maka ya. So alụ baa ebe niile.
Absolutely. Aloba Wodo Igbo land. Anyway, listen, man. Let me go back to the chat here. Mayowa Charles Abbas says, Charles Soludo and the likes of Dave Umahi can be one of the finest to be used as the best candidate from the Southeast. I don't know. Dave Umahi to the old women. I don't know what him and women they do. A lot of women, they go find out saying they owe them. So you need to settle all those women when they owe first before we begin to consider them. But in the meantime, now Soludo where we sabi. But thank you, Mayowa Abbas, for being here. Anyway, general opinion says correct. Max Uwa said Nnamdi Kanu is a great leader. Like it or hate it, he is the bigger than you and your Solunsobu. I like the Solunsobu way. Soluwa, na Soluwa imbi, no bin Sobu. Soluwa, you and that your Nnamdi Kanu na go Sokoto very soon. No worry yourself. Anyway, general opinion says Soludo is awakening the Igbos to remove that Messiah mentality. Absolutely. Absolutely. Me, I don't awaken. You need to awaken the rest whenever one agree awaken from that slumber. But thank you guys for being here, man. Let's go to the chat on TikTok and see who's here. Igor is here. Eastern brother say, "Una get mine, cha." I don't know. We not supposed to get mine before. Anyway, JJ says in Anambra, thank you, JJ, for being here. And let's see. Moko Freelance, thank you for sharing the live. I appreciate it. Cliff Odebala Clark. He said, hope you will interpret what he's saying. Hopefully you can come up here and interpret it for us, since we need to understand Igbo clearly. I don't know, but Cliff Odebala, you can come here and help us interpret it. Godwin say, who will follow you? Now you and your family members go follow me. Anyway, let's see who else is here. Strength and Honor. Say you are not even an Igbo man. I be Calabar man. I be Calabar and Benue. How about that? Anyway, let's see the other people that are here. We have Prince Yinka. Thank you for being here. Bodman, User, Ibrahim Shuabu, Winsome, Goswill, Oseni Yusuf, Topeti Tilayo, and TEA. Thank you, TEA, for being here. Sunshine, Matthias Boy, Igor, Checkmate. Eastern Brother is still here. Dijon, Prince Yinka, and Oga Christopher that just gave us that sweet thought. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, let's get back to the guests. Mr. Igor, let's hear your thoughts on the topic. And thank you for coming back, by the way. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming back.
Yeah, it's beautiful, man. I found your page to be something I chill with now when I come back from work.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yeah, but straight to the matter on ground. Like your last speaker just said, Christopher. I bet this is coming a bit late, but I will tell you, like they say now, anytime we person wake up, 9 morning break. Some of us that were observing from, obviously we're not, even though I'm Yoruba from Lagos, but confirm your family,
okay, nobody over money is derogatory. I don't subscribe to that term. I never use it. I came to learn about it when I served in Ondo, actually. In what year was that? That's when I started hearing about people, where I grew up for, and Port Harcourt where I grew. So there's a lot of diversity in Port Harcourt. So I never heard it. Yeah, I promise you. Until I went to serve in Ondo State. Now when I begin to hear that term. And it's derogatory. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. 100%.
I get it, but me, I'm just the same way. I mean, of course, I'm abroad, and people talk about racism and all of that.
Yeah,
I just feel like I look at the positiveness of everything, and you can always embrace this thing, because the people that intended in such a way, and your response will either validate your response to these things. We either validate their intentions and what they're trying to project on you, or just make a mess of it.
Fair enough, but it depends on the type of racism. When it comes to, I don't know where you are abroad, but when you go to America, the racism there is a little bit different. When people use the N-word, that word stands for something that only the Black American people can relate to. You being a Black man from Nigeria, you're not going to necessarily relate to that word or the term as much as somebody who
that has been in that system,
who is a descendant of a slave. Absolutely. So it's different. So it's different. Embracing it is easy to say, but it's different when
it's subjective, and I get it.
Absolutely.
And I get it. But for me, like you said, even I didn't come abroad. I came abroad when I was almost like a teenager. So it didn't make sense to me initially. When people say, and I'm thinking, they say you're a monkey. So what? Plenty monkey there outside now. Just do your thing. That was back in the days. But with time, I got to relate that this thing doesn't affect us the same. It affects us differently. And I appreciate that.
Yep.
But for me, talking about the Ofemanunes, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I now that you're saying it, but even within my friends, I see jokingly talk about it and all of that. But
Fair
my
enough.
point basically is, most of my friends are people from the southeastern, and my dad was a soldier at the time, so and I traveled about. I was in UNN at some point, So I have a whole loads of people that from the southeastern. My best man when I got my was, obviously. But my point is, Nnamdi Kanu brought all of us to our knees. And it's a shame that we allowed that to happen. It capitalized on the emotions of large vulnerable, people.
Yep.
Absolutely. And it made a mess of us all. We should just take our L. Well, already, everybody, we should take our L. Now that they are waking up, it's a good thing. Like I said, it's never too late. But we should take the L. Proper. He used everybody. And even then, when I was saying it, you need to come abroad. I go Germany, I go Europe, I go America. You need to see the intellectual people, supposed intellectual people. When it comes to this matter of emotions, intellectuality will fly away. Intelligence will fly away. And people will be talking with so much emotion. And that's why I know that there's a lot, even after this whole episode is done, there has to be a way that we have to really integrate and heal people.
Yeah.
People needs to hear. Because as long as this whole thing, emotion is still somewhere, it's just a matter of time. It may not happen again this century or whenever. But as long as these stupid stories are being told to children over and over, it's just a matter of time. Something or resemblance of something like this will come up again. So this issue, how to address it, personally, I do not know, but it will take a national effort.
Yeah. I agree with you in that national effort. It needs a deliberate leader, like national leader.
Very deliberate, as in fact, and it has to be multi-layer. It's not just a one style approach. If possible, it has to be and this is what they say about war. When you start a war, it's just the beginning that you know. You never know the end. You don't know how it's going to end up. Civil War, we ended how long ago? But these are the remnants of what we're facing. So it's just sad, and I don't know. And on the complicitness of the Igbo elites, that one, and I just weak me pass. I won't lie to you. And you could see even the presidential candidate, you could see how he's deflecting. He's been deflecting on this subject matter for so long.
Yep.
He probably thought this is his political base, but it is not. For you to win in an election in Nigeria, everywhere is your base. Forget the fact that it may be your initial, your organic, but everywhere, their vote alone, Southeastern vote alone cannot make you president.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter if everybody in South is 100% vote for you. The last election, you had about 95% of votes from the Southeast.
Yeah.
Did he become president?
Nope.
He didn't. So I think it's about strategy. It should just, now they are beginning to talk the pastor, what's it called? Odumeje, liquid metal, or whatever he calls himself. Even, I just got to know today from Mijele that his house was even taken over.
Yeah, by these people. And he still keeps praising these people.
Did you hear that from him?
He still keeps saying nothing Nnamdi Kanu do. Isn't that something? Isn't that something?
You could see that level of complicitness.
Isn't that something?
It's not just alone. It's a lot of them. Even all this, this City Boy, Southeastern wing of City Boy now. Thank God for what is happening now.
Yeah.
It was all shush 1 year ago, a few months ago. None of them. And I just wonder, you're talking to somebody and they're asking you what did Nnamdi. That question kills me every time. That question, there's a way it's just, and I'm looking at you.
Let me tell you this, right? The last election, and Peter Obi is still my preferred candidate, by the way. However, the last election, when he made that comment and I think I speak for a lot of Igbo people as well, right? We didn't necessarily hear what he was saying. A lot of Igbo people, when he made that comment, and that's the emotion you were just talking about, we did not hear what he was saying. What did he even do? You know, I don't see any reason for Nnamdi Kanu to be in prison. So he said that we did not hear it. It was people like you who obviously who have no emotional absolutely who have no emotional ties to that Biafra or whatever, right? It was people like yourself and then a few other Igbo people, like maybe Choma them, Ijele them, you know, that are obviously detached from that thing completely. That heard what he said and started and kept speaking up. What do you mean you don't know what he did? What do you mean you don't know what he did? But we would just get emotions for the Biafra this, Biafra that. We just didn't hear it. You know, we just didn't hear it. So I hear you, my brother. And now when I don't hear him again, I'm like, what do you mean by what did he do?
It's like it's now being magnified in front of you now.
Yeah, so I hear you, my brother. I hear you.
And that is what emotion does.
Yep.
Emotion will blow that part of your brain.
Yep.
Where they logical.
Yep.
Emotion will blow them completely.
Yep.
Just imagine if they love a girl now with that emotional part, nothing else will make sense to you.
Yep.
Other people go, they look you as, are you the mad? Is it not you be guy now? Why you they? But as far as we are concerned, now this girl or nothing. You know, it's just so unfortunate, but it is what it is. And a lot of people say stuff about Nnamdi Kanu, how about Sunday Igbo. They use Sunday Igbo to try to draw a parallel.
And it's not the same. It's not the same.
It's absolutely not the same.
Again, a lot of Igbos we're still there on this Biafra nonsense, right? They're still the ones that cannot understand that it's not the same. They are not the same. Like their charges are different. Their charges are the same leeway where they give Igboho. The same leeway they gave to Igboho, they gave that to Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu violated his own. Igboho, on the other hand, he take his own, just run, go somewhere, relax. They're minding business. Nnamdi Kanu doubled down, tripled down. You know, so it's different. It's different. It's not the same. But I hear you, my brother. If you want to round up so that we'll go attend to the next guest, but I appreciate if you want to stay put, that's okay. But let's go to the next guest. Yeah, if you just want to round up,
No, that's what I mean. I'm just in conversation. Yeah, you can bring up your next guest. I'm still here still.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's this is what emotion does. But that's why we need to keep speaking up, like you said. We need to keep speaking up, and hopefully this emotion will clear from more people's eyes. We just need more people. We don't need everybody. We need more people. 80%, 90%, 70%. That's all we need. Everybody, you can't save everybody, you know. You can't save everybody. But anyway, let's get to the chats here. We have the people from Facebook make a shout out here. Arobunagu Okarusi, hear your name strong, my brother. Yes, Soludo is the bravest. Absolutely. And by the way, on Facebook, if you'd like to join this conversation, feel free to follow us on TikTok at the Beer Parlor Podcast. That's the only way we can bring you on to share your thoughts and join the conversation. But if you just want to listen, stay put where you are. Same as YouTube. If you just want to listen, stay put where you are. All right, Arobunagu Okarusi, thank you for being here, my brother. He says, good job, carry on. Absolutely. The person where they do the best job now, Ijele. We have to keep speaking that. Ijele. Shout out to Ijele, man. And he was live. I don't know, maybe he's still live. So check him out if you want to check him out. Yes, Kanu brought that name, Deofe Mano. You see, most likely, because I never knew about that term until I go on Dogo Serve. The Igbo people friends, why I been get there at the time. You know, they started using that term. I'm like, what's going on? You know, waiting there, waiting open man until, you know. Anyway, I think it's derogatory and I never use it. So it's just what it is. But thank you guys for being here. Taiwo Odunlade, God bless you richly, guys. Thank you for being here. Alexander Ahedo says, hello, Kachi TV. I think you need to invite Paul Ojuku Okoro Esquire to your podcast someday to shed more light on this subject. He's one of those voices earlier in the days when Nnamdi Kanu came that warned of the dangers of allowing him to turn a region upside down. Absolutely. I definitely can reach out to him and we can maybe host a space someday and he can share his thoughts as well. But thank you for pointing that out. Ayon Toye Obayo, the complicity of the Igbo elite is indeed worrisome. 100%. 100%. And when you see someone like Peter Obi, he never says anything about this Biafra. Make I play this thing again. Make I play this Soludo video again. Because the thing just they sweet me differently.
Chọpụta na kidnapping na ba na-ekpata ego na ya werezi emere business. onye nya ahụ ka na ọ nyatara ọba ime ọfịa sogide ya na-eme liberation na-ewetara ụlọ Biafra ọ pụtara okpuru mmadụ wetara ya ego ewetara ego bepịa isi ọ etu a bụ Biafra na-ekwu maka ya so alụ baa ebe niile.
Yeah. Aloba obodo not even Nigeria, obodo Igbo, like our land, Igbo land. Alome, that's the truth, you know. And we need to keep speaking up to to eradicate this thing we don't come, because if everybody keeps quiet, you know, it's just going to keep deteriorating. And shout out to Ijele again. I read on his page today, he said that Mother Valley they don't capture him. And they're just doing God's work in that regard there, right? Odumeje's house too. You know, they've captured that place, chased the miscreants to wherever they are, you know, and I hope they can at least catch them. May they not just let them to the run, because if then they're running, then go just go enter, assimilate themselves into society, and you know, people will not recognize them facially might just think that they're normal people. These people are not normal people. These people are miscreants. You know, so I hope that they can catch them at least. Make them not just allow them to run, you know, and just do whatever they want to do. You know, Choma, thank you, Jerry. Say, why you they start live? I say, make I start up early now while I get time. In the evening now, if you don't get time. I see. I might come back later in the evening, or depending on how the spirit leads. But let's do this one. But thank you, Jerry. Find headphone and let's talk. If you can't, that's okay too. But yeah, it's crazy. It's just crazy. Let's go to the chats here on TikTok. Kehinde Babajide says, so sad, really. Absolutely. Hedging their bets. Watching which side of the fence he could the coin for, just sitting on the fence. Absolutely. And that's what P2B is doing. Sadly. And it be like, now because of the critique of IPOB before, now I make I be no like this Soludo. It be like, no, not be IPOB, now in critique on P2B. It was actually his critique on P2B. The P2B way come be as if they sympathize with the IPOB. So kind of relates, right? But I still have to say it though. Most of his critiques were like unprovoked, and they were not even necessary, you know. Especially at the time when P2B was running to be president, you know, you could just be Soludo could just find one thing, begin the banter P2B with. So I found those a little bit worrisome. I found those a little bit disingenuous, you know, for him to be doing those things. You weren't contesting at the time. You are governor at the time, and still is. You're governor. Two of them, they pursue the same agenda, you know. So he was just doing what he was doing, and that ticked me off about him, actually. But now, where this Biafra thing don't they escalate to the point of almost no return, and he's the only one speaking up. I think he's the man. And P2B, on the other hand, if you ask him, if you hold him, you ain't go to talk here, you talk here, you ain't go talk there, talk here, you talk there. You know, it's sad. Absolutely. God's will on TikTok says Soludo will be the Igbo man to be considered president. Yeah, I hope he runs someday. Some people, they also speculate Dave Umahi. Dave Umahi too, they owe women. And my only problem with him and women. Every time a woman, they fight woman. Every time him and woman, that we should win home house. Him and that woman, then they still they fight that war. You get another woman now, we say she supply something to them. He no still agree pay the woman. I don't know what is going on with Dave Umahi. We need to check in on that, our brother. I don't know if they worry that our brother Dave Umahi. But anyway, let's keep liking and sharing, and hopefully get more people here to join the conversation. And I know that conversations who they get for the Bia Palo podcast. Not be just me sitting here and talking, right? So please feel free to like, share, and let's get more people here to join the conversation. In the meantime, make me shout out the people for TikTok. I have joined Dr. E. Wahid Adigun. Thank you for being here. Chief Rocker, Babasaki, Ezudo, thank you for being here. Ezudo and Soludo, thank you for being here. Gold Charming 1, thank you for being here. Preacher's Boy, Honda Love, Good Guy, Dealer City, Otumba Ogidan, Melly, TEA, thank you for still being here. Topetiti Loye, thank you for being here. And the rest of our day, Dijon Radio Real Estate. Make una check out Radio Real Estate. They sell real estate. Make una check them out. Be Yourself, GHSML. Thank you for being here. Let's keep liking and sharing and hopefully get more people here. Jack Opabi says, good job. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, let's circle back to the guests we have on the stage already, since we don't have any new guests. Oga Christopher, do you have more thoughts you want to share on this topic?
Okay. We anyway. I think as of today, Anambra State happens to be the the first state that was created in Southeast. Anambra State is the leader of other states within Southeast. Or we were all, from Anambra State before we were created into other states. Anambra has done, the governor of Anambra State has actually stand out as the leader of the entire Igbo nation.
Yep.
Immediately he was sworn in, he inaugurated a Peace and Reconciliation Committee, invited all these hoodlums to talk, to ask them to lay down their weapons, created, what is it called, amnesty for them, of which they turned down.
Soludo did that.
Yeah, he did.
Oh wow.
The yeah, immediately he was sworn in as a governor. The chairman of that committee, Peace and Reconciliation Committee, was Professor Chidi Wadika. Chidi the what is he called? He's a lawyer. What is that? Amnesty guy far back ago. It's like yes. So he was the head. He headed it. Even he even include non-Anambarians. Yeah. What is he called? The musician or the dancer.
Flavor?
Charlie Boy.
Okay, Charlie Boy. Okay.
No, Charlie Boy. Charlie Boy was there. Who other guy? Which other person? Some prominent Igbo songs were all there. So an opportunity was given to these boys to embrace amnesty, but they turned it down. In fact, they escalated their madness. They began to burn houses. You can remember that the professor, the former Organization Igbo president, his house was burnt.
Yep.
Professor Yozo, his house was burnt. All his work, all the theses he has written, they were all destroyed, just because some never-do-wells went into the bush and became the Alpha and Omega. You won't believe that if you are doing burial in most of the villages in Igbo land, you must pay them money.
Yep.
In some villages, depending the people involved, some people paid over 2 million to be allowed to bury their dead ones. It was as bad as that. If you are doing traditional marriage, the same. Depending the size of your pocket, you pay dearly from your pocket. So Soludo has done marvelously to be crowned the Governor General of Igbo Nation as of today.
Yep.
Because any man who stand to fight this menace called IPOB and his people, anybody who summoned the courage should be honored.
Yep.
However, sir, I appreciate Ijere for what he's doing.
Yep.
But that is just like a 10% work. Look, for this thing not to happen again, the state assemblies in Southeast must criminalize such a thing. so that anybody that comes up to talk about Biafra again should go behind the bars,
Yep.
because they are not talking or fighting about Biafra.
Yep.
Look, go and check the people that are following him. Most of them were Okada riders, barrel pushers, and so forth and so on. Most of them don't know their left from their right.
Yep.
And look at his method. The first thing he did was to condemn Igbo leaders and call them saboteurs and sell out.
Yep.
He made sure that their communities were seeing them as the enemies of their progress.
Yep.
He made the people to feel that, look, these Igbo guys, as soon as they go to Abuja, they are bought over. That they are the reason people are not, Biafra hasn't come. Now he now gave them false hope that you can sleep as a Nigerian and wake up as a Biafran. He didn't stop there. This guy will go to anywhere and snap a picture and tell you that, look, I just went to UN to present a document that is related to Biafra. And these people who have not gone anywhere since they were born keep believing him.
Yep.
I was talking with someone a few years ago. I told him, I said, look, let me tell you that anybody can walk anywhere and take a picture in abroad. He told me it's a lie. I said, look, I was in South Africa. That was my second visit in 2013. Was it 2013 or 2012? I went to Union Building to take a picture.
Yep.
And the workers, both white and black, were there with me. So I told them that, look, I can post this and tell people, look, I just went to see the South African president. He has endorsed Biafra. They said it's not true. So this guy actually got everybody, the majority of the masses.
He did.
And some who opposed him were mapped out for destruction. In fact, I want to say that I am disappointed in Justice Omotosho. That guy deserved nothing but death penalty.
Yep.
That is my view.
Absolutely.
That is my view.
I think a lot of Igbo people will agree with that as well.
I know how many buildings that were burnt down in my place.
Yep.
These were houses built as far back as 1981, 1970. Where with their families got money to build a house.
Yep.
Those people are squatting now. A man who has never been in politics, who by as far back as 1993, his twin duplexes were burned to ashes.
Yep.
Just because they believe that military personnel will come and station there and live there. That is all. They burnt the house. This is how wicked these people were, and not just were.
Yep.
They adopt pregnant women and tie them.
Yeah.
They did. In fact, look, let me tell you. According to you say P2B is your preferred candidate comes to 2027. If P2B is contesting against Water Spirit, I will vote for Water Spirit.
But my own get clause inside. No be just anything in do or anything, do or die. My own no be do or die. It's with clauses. He has to speak up clearly about this IPOB thing. Obviously, he has not said he's contesting for president. He has, he has not joined the party yet because he has to. I mean, he has not become the front runner of a party yet, and he has to do that to contest, right? So when he does that, we go to ask those questions, and he has to say it clearly, the way Soludo talking on, unequivocally, without any carry speed from out the talker. Make I play him again. Make we hear him. Peter Obi has to say the same things clearly. Let us not guess.
Chọpụta na kidnapping na ba na-ekpata ego na ya werezi emere business.
Yep.
Onye nya ahụ ka na onye tara ọba ime ọfịa. So ya na-eme liberation. Na-ewetara ụlọ Biafra. Ọ pụta okpuru mmadụ. Wetara ya ego. Ewetara ego bepie isi. Ọ etu a bụ Biafra na-ekwu maka ya. So alụ baa ebe niile.
Yep. So Peter Obi has to say the same way where Soludo talk him. Peter Obi has to say his own like that. It's not when they ask you what of IPOB, you say, I don't see anything that he did. I don't see anything that they do. Is this one? Is it? No, you have to condemn it clearly. Clearly. Call them out for what it is. Fulani people know they do anything for Igbo land. Now Igbo boys, they do those atrocity. We cannot keep playing this game of denial. But yeah, Mr. Christopher.
He will not. My brother, he will not. Thank you, sir.
I'm saying he's my preferred candidate if he does that. But if he doesn't do it and chooses to keep sitting on the sidelines, I think he's going to lose a lot of followers and supporters because of this time around. I think he will.
He couldn't speak when workers in the American embassy were buying in Anambra State by unknown government. They didn't speak. He kept mood. P2B and Obi as a question. They don't talk about any incident that happened in Southeast.
Yeah.
To them, the killing in Southeast is to the glory of God.
Which is sad.
But the killing in Benue should be revisited, and people will shout about it.
Yeah.
This is nothing more than hypocritical lifestyle.
It is.
And you don't win people like us with such.
Absolutely.
We stand against it.
Absolutely. And you mentioned Obi Ezekwesili. I remember 2014, 2013, 2015, where she stayed for front. They shout, bring back our girls, bring back our girls, bring back our girls. Now, her voice don't close. All the atrocity that happened for Igbo land, we need to hear her voice again. When you call, like you rightly said, the things where they go bring light to for their land, they need to talk about them, which is sad.
Igbos are free to be by to the glory of God. But when there is by in other part of nation, they stand up, they scream, they shout,
yep.
they call for international community. When it happened in Southeast, they lose their voice.
Absolutely.
So thank God that Soludo is speaking. Soludo is acting. Soludo is pushing every.
I think we're losing you. Your voice is breaking. We're losing you. But if you want to round up soda, and if you want to round up soda, and you can still stay on here if you want.
We stop this. Okay.
All right, Mr. Christopher, you can stay here if you want, but we have a new guest. But before we address the new guest, make we go to the chat in 1 second, and then we'll come to the new guest. Smigol, thank you for joining. Choma said Choma Amarlis says they only see it when it happens elsewhere. Yeah, once it happened for Kogi, P2B go take the next bus, the next flight, go Kogi. Once it happened for Kwara, he go take the next flight, go Kwara. Yeah, same thing with Obi Ezekwesili. When she bring back our girls happen, we saw her in the front. But unknown government, IPOB, they don't see anything wrong with it. I don't know. And these are the intellectuals that we have in the Igbo land. If our intellectuals are being this emotional about this thing called Biafra, which way forward? Like, which way forward? Yeah, Choma says humility is performative. Absolutely, I agree with you. Mr. Gaffa, thank you for being here. He will never do it. The debate will never be serious because people will ask questions. We go ask those questions. If time don't reach, we'll go ask those questions. And he would have to answer the questions. And thank you, Mr. Gwafa, for the follow. I appreciate it. Big Mula says, if it's you, as you know, okay, we're not doing that, my brother. Kehinde Babajide, what was the political will of Peter Obi doing? I don't know. We will go ask him when that time comes. Right now, he's just going around, doing, philanthropy, when they always do. So let's assume that he's just doing what he loves to do. He's not doing it for politics. Let's assume that. But when he finally declares that I'm running, then we'll talk about it. How about that? But anyway, we haven't. Before we get to the new guest, Mr. Smego, give me 1 second. Let me address the people in on Facebook. Vivian Agua Bata says Peter Obi failed woefully. Even if he says it now, it's already late. My sister or my sister Vivian, but they say better late than never, right? We know say never late. Never late is better, but better late than never still. Make it talk am first. Make it talk am. Person fit repent. Make it talk am. Make it talk am first. We'll accept them. Anyway, John Nkem says, my brother, well done. I believe Soludo is doing this because he cannot be voted again. This is why I suggest 1 tenure for governors. I agree with you, but you get some other governors too where their own 1 term still there and they never talk anything, right? So the one we talk, make we applaud them. In my opinion, he's the bravest. I have to give it to him, at least for now. At least for now. I have this other one, Alex Oti, where again some people go argue say building road is not something, and some people would also argue that one eye man in the land of blind people, na king, but in terms of the development that he's bringing to Abia State. I love what he's doing in Abia State, and kudos to him for doing what other governors have refused to do in the past. So I appreciate him for that. But when Nnamdi Kanu was indicted, was sentenced to prison. Him run go Sokoto the next day, go visit him. Why did he have to do that? So if we appreciate Soludo, we need to call out the other ones where they behave like cowards. What does going to Sokoto to visit that man, that terrorist, what does it bring for the Abia people? What good does it bring for the Abia people? What development does it bring for the Abia people? What security does it bring for the Abia people? What is it that he brings for the Abia people? What did he have to do that for? So I go appreciate the man where they talk at least. And I go play him 1 more time and then we'll go to our guest here. Jacob Babi says, where's Biafra is the 4 states or forcefully co-opted South states. I don't know, my brother. You go ask their director, what's that her name? Ngozi, I'll be waiting for her name. Ngozi. Now she will go ask. She say Okoko Michael State today or something like that. Afa, that woman is something else. I no go lie for you. Godson says, Godson on Facebook, Godson Ekebude says, Kachi, I love you. Keep it up. Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. Vivian Aguabata, thank you for being here. Soludo is a great leader. Ijele is Odogu. Absolutely. Ijele na Odogu. Shout out to Ijele. Ijele is doing God's work. Godson says, Soludo actually offered them amnesty. They turned it down. That's crazy. I didn't even know about that. Shout out to Soludo, man. Shout out to Soludo. All right, Choma says he ran there so he can keep IPOB terrorists calm, which means he knows they are there. Interesting take. But me, I don't see the need for Amo. I don't see the need for it. And all right, Mr. Owe, thank you for being here, my brother, and thank you for the roses. I appreciate you. Christopher, thank you for the roses. Checkmate, thank you for the hearts. I appreciate them. All right, Mr. Smego, let's hear your thoughts on the topic. And welcome to the Bia Palo podcast. I don't think I've heard your voice before, your name before, Smego. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me? Am I clear?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. First, I want to believe that you're a Democrat, right?
Democrat in what term? Democrat is the name of a party in America.
You believe in democracy. No, you believe in the concept of democracy, right?
Absolutely, I do.
Yeah. Then you believe that everybody are entitled to their own belief and right to vote or go and associate with whichever ideology that they linger to, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, very good. Now,
but those ideology, it's not just whichever. The ideology now, go come use and they cause harm. You hold on, you hold on. Let's specify and clarify. I believe that everybody has the right to believe whatever ideology you want to believe, but there are some extreme ideologies that shouldn't be brought to the mainstream, and those ones, I know Greece, they should allow people like that to carry those ideology and be running around. If that makes sense to you.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay.
Now, the methodology of which they try to carry out that ideology is what you're now questioning, right?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Let's put it like that. Good. Now you would now understand that politics is not a game of sentiment. It's more about interest. Now you might favor Soludo, but Soludo was one of the first people that visited Nnamdi Kanu when he was arrested and was still in DSS custody. Soludo
I guess
right
I
now.
missed that part of history, but now the one way they do now, now me I the judge I'm with. But I hear you, and I would also say this. I also disagree with when he ended the sit at home at first. Right now he's trying to end it at Nnewi, but when he did the first one at Onitsha main market, instead of him to call out Nnamdi Kanu, so I agree with you on that one. Instead of him to call out the Nnamdi Kanu, will be the main source, the root cause. Ingo they call out Simon Ekpa. Say now Simon Ekpa they cause these things, you know. So I agree with you. I agree with you in that regard. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
we are getting somewhere.
Go ahead.
Now, I want to we'll get to where I want to take this conversation to.
Go ahead.
Now, we need to understand that Soludo is playing a game of local interest because politics is a game of interest. When it suited him, he was on the release Nnamdi Kanu dialogue with these people bandwagon. Do you understand? Now I first asked you believe in democracy. You said yes. Now, in the spirit of democracy, if we should say let there be a vote in the Southeast for people that are supporting one Nigeria and people that are supporting the Biafra movement, in the spirit of democracy and free and fairness, who do you think would tally more votes?
Say that again, please.
In the spirit of democracy and fairness, if they should say, let us do an election in the Southeast, do you want one Nigeria or are you in support of the Biafra movement? Who do you think would tally more votes?
I believe, with all the ongoings, with everything where the way people don't use their own eyes see, where the IPOB they do, I believe most people would say, nah, this Biafra, we never get that, we don't die. I believe most people will be rational enough to say, nah, make we day for this one Nigeria, at least they know they come, they kill us. I believe Igbo people are that rational. I believe that.
Then maybe your belief might be tweaked a little.
No, it's not tweaked. That's my belief. I believe that.
Yeah, it is your belief. You understand?
Yeah.
Because of, and you gain those beliefs based on what you're seeing on social media, because you're not on ground. Now, I can tell you that if there is a vote in somewhere like Onitsha main market, there are 1,000 people in Onitsha main market, which are the real people that do election. You can take, for instance, the kind of election that happened in Abuja. People were busy campaigning in the municipalities, township. Meanwhile, APC took it to the locals in the village, and that was where they got that vote. I can tell you that if you go deep into Igbo land, let's forget this social media sentiment.
Go ahead. I want you to land.
A lot of people would vote for the Biafra movement.
All right. Let me now ask you: is Onitsha the majority of Igbo land? What about Osu? What about the people from Ihiala? What about the people from Olu? What about the people from all these other places that have been affected or impacted by the IPOB? Onitsha is just one place, right? It's not Oka. Onitsha not just Onitsha. Onitsha no be Oka. Onitsha no be Nnewi. Onitsha is just Onitsha. Onitsha is not Abagana. It's not Enugu. It's not wherever else you can. It's not Aba. Onitsha is not Abakaleke. Onitsha is not Owerri. You get my point, right? Onitsha is not Enugu.
I get your point, but
so when you use that yardstick to want to brush all Igbo people and say it's not true. People are being impacted by this IPOB thing. People have lost their livelihoods. Mr. Christopher here, he shared his story that he knows 4 people that are by one day for coma now, a big stroke. And my sympathy to him again, right? You think these people are so emotional that they will see that this thing is actively impacting them and they will still go and say, oh yes, make we go for Biafra. Do you really think that because you think Onitsha is the only place in the Igbo land?
It's not just Onitsha. Again, I will say it that a lot of people support the Biafra movement, but they don't. They
That's
think
still
it's
very
just.
subjective, my
But
brother. The same
they,
way you say my
but they
belief.
don't support.
One
They don't
second, my
support
brother.
the
That's still
methodology.
absolutely.
The
That's still
methodology
one
which
second,
is
Mr.
being carried
Smego.
out.
1 second, Mr. Smego.
Yes.
The same way you told me
Yes.
earlier that my belief is just my belief. The same way this your own belief is just your belief. But the fact of the matter is, me and you, our belief, we will never see who is right because a referendum can never be held in Nigeria. And I'm guessing you know why. If you don't know, I'll tell you. But the fact of the matter is, my belief, what I believe will never be tested, what you believe will never be tested because a referendum can never and will never be held in Nigeria. And I believe you know why.
Now, you can criticize the methodology in which IPOB carried out these atrocities. But also, even the federal government or the military or the paramilitary status that we have, are they also fair when they carry out their own atrocities?
Say
They
that
have
again.
been
Say that
killed.
again, please. Say that again, please.
You can criticize the methodology which these IPOP, quote unquote, terrorists carry out their atrocities. But when you look at our paramilitary forces, I mean the military, the police, and so on, they also carry out the same kinds of atrocities too.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. I can use the instance like what's they happen right now, like with shout out to Ijele again. What Ijele is doing right now with the collaboration with the military officials in Imo State right now. I think then they are actually the place where then he has showed us videos. Those places or areas or communities are deserted. Even goats never see human being in a long time. So the only people that inhabit those areas are IPOB terrorists. So they are not there, harassing civilians. There's not a lot of civilians in those communities to start with. Civilians in those communities don't take off. The only people that live there, that reside there, are the terrorists.
You need to, when you go to Amnesty International page and you check out the amount of compiled cases of extrajudicial killing being carried out by the Nigerian military, the Nigerian police force, and so on. When you tally it, it's almost the same. We are comparing violence to violence and atrocity. You understand? Because when we want to analyze this thing, we have to be fair and just. So if you're calling one side black, you understand? We have to look at the other side too and see whether there is any spot on them or not.
And fair enough.
You understand?
Two things can be true. But you, Seth, you never even want grief for this. You only want grief for this other one, this extrajudicial killing of the military people or police or, security agencies in Nigeria. That's the only truth you want to believe. You don't even want to believe that this other truth exists in the sense of the IPOB, ESN, or non-government terrorists. You don't want to believe that truth, that it actually exists, that these people have caused havoc in Igbo land. You don't want to even believe that one. But me, I'm telling you, two truths can exist.
No, I already said that the methodology in which they carry out their agitation is wrong. I've already condemned that one.
Fair enough.
I'm also I'm also shining the spotlight. Now, even if you want to look at it, which country I'm asking this a question to you. Which country would you say, look, this is an ideal country? Or that's when you look at how a country is run, you say, this is an ideal country that if I want to say this is a perfect country, this is the country I'll pick. Which country? Give me one country.
There's no perfect country. Every country has its own flaws. Every country has its own flaws.
Just give me a country that you look up to. Thank you very much. You've answered my question. Every country has its flaws.
Yeah.
You understand?
Every country has
no
its
one
flaws,
is
yeah.
the shining star. You understand? Now, so if you're criticizing this Biafra movement, you should understand that the movement has its own flaws. Am I right?
The Biafra move, no, Biafra to start with is not a country. 1 second. Biafra, 1 second, Smego. Smego, 1 second. Smego, 1 second.
Okay, go ahead. Right, yeah.
You're asking me which country is perfect, right? You cannot now
What
rope
would you-
Biafra. You can 1 second, Smego. Mr. Smego, you cannot rope Biafra when you're asking me a question about which country. Biafra is not a country, never was a country. So you cannot rope it inside. These people are agitators. Now they don't become terrorists. Do you see the difference?
If you gave me a country, now I would go over the history of that country, how it came about. Then we would analyze what you call terrorism.
I don't
Let's
know.
take for instance-
Hear me out, right?
Let's
And
take-
let me make it easy for you. Let me make it easy for you, Mr. Smego. I can sense that it's a trick question. You want me to say something and then you use that. But in all honesty, I can't pick any country and say, oh, this one is a very perfect country, right? But let's go with you. Which country would you use? Would you want me to pick so that we can use that analogy and go from there?
There is no perfect country, but let's take example, the country you're based in, America, right?
I wish day me and you talk where I tell you say they're America.
Don't worry. America, right? when you look at America, look at the history of America. From the very first day Christopher Columbus set his leg in his feet on the land of America, he became a terrorist to the Native Americans. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
And by the way, I wouldn't want us to get into American politics or geopolitics because you're going to hear me out. Mr. Smego, hear me out.
Okay.
Hear me out. We're not going to get into it because TikTok, they're very strict with those things. So if you want to pick another country, we can talk about it.
Which country? If it's England, name any European country. And we can go. I'm very
Again,
good at
I've already told you that I don't see any country as perfect. But you again, we're not going to talk about America because TikTok doesn't like. TikTok, they're very specific with those things. So I don't want any misinformation or no misinformation.
Where I'm heading to is that the process has flaws. Do you understand? The process has flaws.
My
but
brother,
it does not illegitimize the movement itself at their cost. What if we want to be fair, equity and fairness? First thing we'll ask is, why are these people agitating? Why are they agitating?
We can talk about that all day, my brother. We can talk about why these people are agitating, and me and you no go reach any conclusion because it seems like the way you're speaking, it seems like your mind is fully made up on what you believe in, and that's okay. That's okay, right? But if you ask me, the reason for the agitation from the very beginning, which was Ojukwu, it was not necessary. And this is me now looking back. I used to be somebody that used to have sympathy and, all that bullshit for the Biafran cause. Now, my eye don't, that whatever emotion we've been giving my eye, it don't come out. I look at it now more holistically with less emotion and look and say, Ojukwu had no reason, zero reason to go and declare a state of Biafra. Zero reason.
Let's okay. Now, first of all, we are now in 1967. A coup happened, and a capital coup happened. Then a country that is supposed to be built on equity and fairness packed a section, the military itself, called one day, carried more than 160 soldiers from one particular region and point blank executed them. Let me
now ask you a question. Do you understand why they call that coup? Even before the 67, do you understand why they call the coup an Igbo coup in the first place? Do you understand that in the first place?
Because they felt the person that spearheaded the coup.
It's not the person, it's the people.
Listen, have you read IBB's memoir?
I've not read it, but I know that it's the people. It's not just the person.
Ibrahim, coming from Ibrahim Babangida himself, a northerner, because if he was a southerner, we would have said it was based on sentiment. That coup was a national coup.
I don't believe so, because if you look deep again inside that coup, you go also see say no Igbo elite was touched.
Who told you that?
Tell me the one that was touched.
In fact, the commander in charge of arms was an Igbo man. he was executed. Him and his wife were executed for not following orders.
All right.
Go and read.
All right.
You
You're
need
talking
to
about the
read.
hear me out. You're talking about Commander in Chan, and his life definitely, absolutely matters, right? His life, and rest in peace to him. I don't know about him, but rest in peace to him, right? However, we're talking about the top guys. The top guys where these soldiers by the Murtala Muhammad, Ahmadu Bello, them. Those were the top guys, in the echelon for the northern political space at the time. When you come down to the east or the south, you're talking about East Igbo, for instance. We're talking about Ojukwu. You're talking about Zeke. You're talking about Michael Okpara. Those are the people that I'm referring to. Those people are not taught.
Now,
But my brother, 1 second. I think we've talked a little bit about this. We've digressed. We've left the topic and digressed and start talking about something else.
Yes.
We can circle back on that. I appreciate you joining and sharing your thoughts and concern. And even though you've agreed that the methodology no good, I don't know what other methodology that you suggest though, because these people, it doesn't seem like they have, at least you get sense to agree, say the methodology no good. These people that we are referring to, Nnamdi Kanu and the idiots that he recruited into the ESN, the Gentodem, the iPens, all those idiots, miscreants, I don't think they have that kind of sense to understand what methodology is in the first place. All they think is to carry gun. All they know is to go and carry arms and do what they do. I'm using this to summarize, my brother. You will get back to it, but I'm using this to summarize. Let's get back to the guests. And if you want to hold on here, you can hold on. You can stay put here so that we can talk to other guests. Let's not use the whole time on you. I appreciate you joining, by the way, Mr. Smego.
Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Savi, thank you for joining, my brother. Let's hear your thoughts on this topic.
Thank you and good evening, brother.
Thank you, good evening.
Yeah, I overheard brother saying that the cause is a legitimate cause. And then when you've marred the cause with many things that make it illegitimate, which you've said, it has already have flaws. That is why it rendered the agenda or the movement itself illegitimate. Now when you go back to say the people were kind of agitating for one or two reasons, everybody have the reasons to agitate, however, when you now direct into armed struggle, that is where they tagged you terrorist and all that. So you can't say because you're agitating for this and that and the military come, which is their work to do, you now direct into armed struggle. So originally you are indicting yourself as terrorist. And then he talked about the majority of people who have been sympathetic or supporters of the secession. If you have the majority, you claim you have in the Southeast, and you have people representing you who make laws of secession, why can't you now use that your majority to now put those people in power so that they can process this your secession and put it as a constitution? Because you said the majority want to go, and then you claim if there is any referendum, probably the majority will carry the vote. Why not use the majority? Because even when you want to conduct a referendum, it will be the government that will conduct the referendum for you, because you will argue that election doesn't count. But even if you want referendum today, it is the government that will also conduct a referendum for you, and your people will vote. So use that logic and that method to vote in people. If you claim you want to go and you want to do it legally without armed struggle, use that to fix in people who have the same mindset with you, to say, look, we want to go. This is the senators we want to put in power. And then these senators who are sending you there to negotiate for secession clause, since it is no longer there in the Constitution. Once you get that done, you can now decide to say, look, all the senators in this region, this is what our people are complaining for. Please, can we negotiate for this so that we can conduct referendum for our people? These are the processes. But when you don't follow these processes, you will now drench into these things that results to families living there, communities deserted, you're causing insecurity to your own people, destroying life and properties of your own people. So it's not reasonable to argue to say you want to go and you don't want to follow the processes. So back to the Soludo issue. You see, Soludo is a very intelligent and courageous person. You know,
Yeah.
when we say he has been sympathetic, you see, when probably a region or people who are talking about secession like that, you don't just wake up and say, look, Biafra is not good and all this is not good. You will try to engage them.
Mr. Savi,
You
I'll be
try to
right back.
propose-
You don't have to stop talking, but I'll be right back. Let me grab some water, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So you continue to engage these people to tell them, look, Nigeria could be a better place for us. These are my own reasons. These are my own reasons. Or even if you want to do the Biafra, these are the processes you should use. Don't use these processes, because if you use this one, you will cause problems to your own people. So when government engage secessionists or dangerous people, it doesn't necessarily mean most of them are being sympathetic to it. But as a government, they are trying to kind of have a way to control what is happening in the region. So you have seen it that this thing has caused damages, billions of damages to our people. And he started talking about it. And most of our people start antagonizing him for calling it what it is. We start talking about it and antagonize him. You know that this thing have caused so many things to us. And he speak about it. Most of our people come out to start antagonizing him. And he continued to speak about it, because if we don't do it, most of our people will continue to run to other regions, other zones, to be doing businesses. You destroy your own region and you move to every other person's region to do businesses. So there's no logic there. It doesn't make sense for you to cause insecurity to your own people. Like you have a sit at home on Monday, but if you have a way to go to Asaba to do business on the same Monday, you will go. So it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't make sense. And you'll be paying taxes in that Asaba or in that Port Harcourt that you're going to do business, even in that Lagos. So no investor will go to a place, you know that this place have maybe 5 days or 4 days to do businesses, while the other place have 6 days to do businesses. And now I will prefer the place that are doing sit at home on Monday, rather than going to the places that have 6 working days. No, I won't go there. So there's no investor that will come. And it will put our people into abject poverty. Our revenue will continue to be declining. Investors will not have this trust in our own region. So these are what we are talking about here. Soludo has been, courageous. And, this issue of Obi, we are talking about Obi. Some people have been reserved because of Southeast have not been president and all that. But this guy has not been courageous enough to call a spade a spade.
Yep.
So that is why we continue to criticize him. And the funny thing is, if what is happening happened in any other region, he will rush to condemn it. He will rush to talk about it. When it happened to your own region, your own people, you will try to be kind of diplomatic, to be reserved, because in your own mind, you think since Nnamdi Kanu is no longer here, you've hijacked his structure, and you want his structure to vote for you.
Yep.
So these are the senses behind this whole thing. He needs just to wake up, call a spade a spade. You can't say you want to get into power by being diplomatic against the interest of your own people.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so these are the thing. And as Igbo people, we need to say it this way, that there is no way you can win this war by armed struggle. Let's assume you can't fight war in Nigeria. It's just kind of...
We've tried it before, time. We lost. So what was the point of trying it again?
Even when we have a larger region, Eastern region, you lost. And then you are in the middle of every other person now.
Yep.
You tend to trying it again. So that formula will not work for you.
Won't work.
The best and most peaceful one, I've proposed it for you, since you claim you have the majority. But the Igbo people have seen it, that Nigeria as a country is a very big market for us, because we are traders majorly. So if you go to confine yourself in a space, over time you start asking for because why these people are our neighboring countries, and this one they should give us access to sea. No. We want to import, we want to export.
They don't have to do it
for them.
Yep. They don't have to do it.
They can impose a tariff of 30% for you to pass through the sea or pass through the air. So these are the things the Igbo people need to consider. You need to consider your interest, your economy, and your security in what you are agitating for. So in conclusion, I will say that this whole thing, have destroyed the Southeast. And we will continue to talk and condemn the activities of these people.
Absolutely.
We will continue to talk. So that if now we can arrive to this arrangement of saying, okay, how do we get these people out of this place? Because we've seen that Nigerian government itself have not been kind of proactive in solving the problems. If we can, find a way to reach a peaceful agreement with these people to drop their ammunitions and come out of those bushes and be reasonable to themselves, it will be better for us. Since we've seen that the government have not been able to fight them and buy them and, close that chapter, it will be better to resolve the issue and everybody go back to business. This is what I have to say for now. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Savia. You can stay put if you're not busy. Otherwise, if you want to leave, that's okay too. But you can stay put if you have to, if you want to. Anyway, before we get back to the guests, let's get to the chat and shout out the chat, because the chat, they matter too, right? Let's see. Kehinde Babajide says, thanks being the key word. Joshua Ziggy, you're saying another thing. Joshua Ziggy, thank you for being here. Let's see. We have Mecca 33. Cheers, Choma. You're hot as fuck today, for real. All right. I don't know. Yeah, Choma, they like hear people when they subscribe to this Biafra ideology. They really irritate her, and for good reasons. Absolutely, for good reasons. You can't blame her. When people have actually been impacted by this thing, you can't blame them for feeling the way they feel, right? Anyway, Bonfire Studios, thank you for being here. Igor001, thank you for being here. Mr. Oye says Babangida was a child when that coup happened. All those guys, they were children. I mean, not children per se, but they were young guys, 20s, late 20s, mid 20s, early 30s. Those guys were young guys. So I don't know if that's what you mean by child. I don't think Babangida was a child like that, but maybe he was. Mr. Oye, they come with facts, so I don't go argue with Mr. Oye. Let's see. Let's see who is here. Who else is here? Lord of Atlas says Soludo is brave for stopping sit at home. Absolutely, I agree with you. Lord of Atlas says don't mind him. He doesn't want to be harsh to people, and that is a problem. I guess you're referring to me. Harsh to be people. This is my personality. You won't beat me at my personality. That's who I am. That is who I am, my brother. If you want mind me. If you like, no mind me. Now you sabi. Well, thank you for being here, Lord of Atlas. Minister of Violence says, yes, Kachi, they dance around the truth. Minister of Violence, how about you join here and tell me how I'm dancing around the truth? I don't know if I was dancing around the truth, but you can please come here and tell me. I'm having conversations with people. I'm not trying to shut people down. That's not what I do. That's not in my personality. That's not who I am, If you want we had to shut people down, I'll direct you to that place. You go, Choma's a bit how to do them. So I enjoy it when she does it too, but that's her personality and based off her experiences too, She's been through a lot with this Biafran struggle. So just yesterday I started doing them. And I don't think that these people can change who I am, for any reason, but that's just who I am. But, if you like that, I enjoy them too. When Choma, they shut them down. It's funny and interesting and all that good stuff. But different strokes for different folks. I believe you heard that English before. Anyway, thank you guys, though, for being here. I appreciate you. Mr. Gaffa says, no Igbo doing business in Lagos wants Biafra. My brother, that is the truth. But the crazy part is, just like Mr. Savi said, some of them, they for Lagos. They support the sit at home. They pay tax for Lagos. They work every Monday. They sell their market every Monday. But they're supporting this thing where they scatter their homeland. That is the crazy part, Mr. Gaffa. Mr. Gaffa, that is the crazy part. And Mr. Savi said the same thing. Then go there, Asaba. They do business. They contribute to the economy of Asaba. But then go they contribute. Then go they fund the nonsense where they happen for Onisha. Isn't that something, my brother? Isn't that something? You would think so. You would think no Igbo doing business in Lagos wants Biafra. That's what you would think. Anyway, thank you guys for being here, man. Make I go Facebook and shout the people out there. Kochi Sami from Facebook says 200 kidnapped from different churches in southern Kaduna. 170 people died in Kwara State. 100 women and children. You're just listing all these things out. What's going on? A king in Ondo was spied in his palace. What do you want us to do with that information, Kochi Sami? And my heart goes out to all these victims where you did mention. My heart goes out to them. Spencer All right, we're gonna call you Spencer. Make I know who spoil your name. MNK derailed by half arming his ESN and breaking prisons, which led to criminals jumping on the Biafra scam. Absolutely. Hakim Omotolani says, thanks, Mr. Sammy. Vivian Aguabata says, who are the people that will fight the war? That's a good question. And, you know, the ridiculous part is this, right? I see a lot of, you know, Igbo people for Facebook say, I won't carry, go do this, go. These people are unfit as fuck. Big stomach, you know, just looking very unfit, looking very unhealthy. And these are the people that are clamoring for this nonsense war where they clamor for every time, right? Are these people, are those the ones that want to fight this war where they want fight with Nigerian army? Now, yesterday I was watching this Nigerian army. I don't know if that training video had been a real life war where they shout Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar. army they shout Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar. I say, why army they shout Allah Akbar? Somebody in the chat said the army they shout Allah Akbar. The people when they shoot they shout Allah Akbar. I don't know, man. Now those people where you want to go fight. It's crazy. When you say this war, no easy. We don't try them before, and Mr. Savi rightly said, we tried it when we had a bigger region. Now only 5 states. And we keep shouting majority. You can't fight an actual government that has resources, that can actually go out there, buy any type of weapon they want, and do anything what they want to do. You can't beat that. But let's keep playing with ourselves and keep saying what we're saying. Thank you, Vivian, though, for being here. I appreciate you. Lanre Nola on Facebook says,
Hello.
All right, just mute yourself for 1 minute, my brother, on Peace Preacher. All right, Lanre Nola on Facebook says, Ijele, may Almighty God reward you. May Almighty God bless your home. Absolutely. Shout out to Ijele. Coach Sami says, you are not intellectually grounded to know why people are terrorists. Why should I rationalize why somebody chooses to become a terrorist? You see, say some people had no correct in the first place, right? And you want me to be, okay, go, you were the intellectually sound. Good for you. All right, let's get back to the chats here and keep this conversation going. Anyway, Mr. Peace Preacher, you need to wait. We're going to get to you in a minute, but let's follow the queue. We're going to follow the queue, Mecca. Let's get to Mr. Igor, and then we'll come to Mecca, and then we're going to come to Peace Preacher. All right, Mr. Igor, thank you for joining back. Appreciate you.
Yes, thanks. I mean, I'm back. I just wanted to address, So while you were reading those, the comments, you could see, and it still comes down to the deflection, the deliberate looking the other way and try to draw false equivalence.
Yep.
You could see how that person was trying to call some other people where they are fighting. People are dying in Ondo, dying in kidnap. It's basically trying to draw a parallel, telling you that what's new. Nigeria is on fire. So why are you concerned about? Why are you concerned about what's happening in Southeast? That's all they do. How did that become a yardstick? How did something happening? So because something they happen for other part of the country means you must import it back to your own region.
Shouldn't you be protecting your own region? May that way they happen there, may not happen for your side.
It's crazy.
Unbelievable.
I've been dealing with this like forever. Before you thought them go say, oh, where you come from, oh, they don't kill one pastor for your state. They don't know Fulani people don't take over Ilorin. And I say, so how is that? This false equivalence.
Unbelievable.
So this is just and it's just so sad. And you spoke about Obieze Kwesili, particularly that woman. I did look at me one kind eye. Hypocrisy knows no bound.
Yep.
If not they happen. You go see them now. She go they draw fire and Bristol, everything, make noise. You go Twitter, go catch fire. Not a single tweet from all basically in all of these 5 years.
5 years, I be 10 years. You don't pass 1 decade now.
Can you imagine? 10 years running.
Don't pass 1 decade. Yeah.
10 years running. Not a single tweet. I mean, a regular person may not, but not you, a politically exposed person like you. And not even when now they forefront of say, oh, we want a good nation, because obviously that's the That I mean, but it now reeks of hypocrisy.
Yep.
When he comes home, we know they hear your voice, but you are the first person to point the accusing finger when it happened in supposedly another region. You know, it's crazy. And another thing is, in as much as I just know, say, in as much as I want opposition, like I said, I always say I want good opposition. I like for a political person like me, I like the excitement that comes with that season as well. You know, party, party goes against the other. Who they win, they win. Who they strategize, who they campaign.
Yep.
You know, that's what I do, and I love it. Do you get what I mean? But come to the practicality of, I want a Southeastern president. I genuinely want it. I genuinely want it. And I'm thinking after
When
this,
you they want them, why should we like want it so bad? That should we just bring anybody from Southeast? And Shena, we don't put Tinubu there. Has Nigeria become Dubai? You see what I'm saying? We need somebody, regardless of where that person from. We need to change our mindset from we want. I mean, it will be nice, but does this person have the policies, the ideas to transform Nigeria, transform Nigeria? No be rocket science, my brother. You know, hard like that, though. But we shouldn't just say, we want Southeastern president. That shouldn't be the conversation. You know.
And I will tell you, in as much as I understand the ideology. I mean, what they try to talk. I understand the fact that the best person must always be. We should always concern about the particular of that person and what the person has to offer.
Yep.
But two things can be true at the same time. Mm-hmm. We know the level that we are as a nation in terms of our political what's it called? Our political situation and the way we are. We can't take it away that we haven't gotten to that place that you are thinking we are. We haven't. Our politics is riddled with mediocrity. Mediocrity is not the right word, but we have our own peculiarity.
Yep.
You know, our diversity. You can't take away the fact that we're still very whatever we do, Southeastern, we're still very divided like that.
Fair.
Highly. Fair. You know, ideal situation is different from reality.
True.
You are talking about the ideal, which we all know. But how does your ideal fit with our present reality? So I'm talking reality now. So the fact that, obviously, the Igbos have been clamoring for the fact that they're the president, I understand and I want it. And I also know that presidency in a diverse nation like Nigeria is never given a la carte.
Yep.
It takes strategy. It takes, which I think the Southeastern are lacking. As little as this defect, this one where everybody they defect, where the other regions, possible region will go vote for you. They see them. Then they see them. What's what Beyonce they do now? Other people they see them.
Yep.
And the fact that they see them, and the fact that even the politics is not being played correctly. I like the fact that the South is now coming to mainstream politics now. Before now, election and voting has always been one pattern in the Southeast.
Yeah.
That is not how you integrate.
Yeah.
That is not how you play politics in a country like Nigeria.
Yep. But Mr. Igor, I know we're digressing, but if you just want to bring it back to this and the topic and round up so that we'll go to the next get to the next guest, please.
Yes. Okay. So I mean, let me try and link this.
Yeah.
So in as much, okay, so I'm thinking at the right time, I'm not sure if it's the next election cycle. Obviously, Tinubu will win. There's no doubt about that. The next one after Tinubu, I will nominate Soludo or Mai. Even though you say the old woman. What do women define around them?
Now him they go find the women. No be women they go find them. Now him they go find the women.
All this business now when it's sour now with the hear. By the time they do their thing, we know they hear anything. You know. So I will nominate him and Hope Uzodinma. Those three governors, I know they sometimes call that one Supreme Court governor, obviously, you know, but you could see that it's working. Those three men has got the potential. You know, if they play their politics well, eventually they can be president from the Southeast. Thank you.
Thank you, Igor. Absolutely. Jamaica, just circle back on something you say. Hope Uzodinma, maybe because I don't follow his politics, but I know they see within that man they do. Again, it could be because I don't follow his politics. But anyway, it's what it is. Time go tell, and we'll see who go come out. All right, let's go to Mecca 33. Mecca 33. Thank you for being here. I'm guessing this is your first time being on the Bia Paulo podcast, right?
Yeah, this is my first time being on your live, but I watch your videos.
I appreciate you, man. Make I welcome you. Thank you, man. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you. All right, let's hear your thoughts on the topic. And I don't know. I know you joined when Mr. Smego was talking about Biafra at large. I don't know if that's why you joined or you want to talk about these topics. I'm gonna accommodate that if that's why you joined. Say that again, please.
No, I joined because I saw the icon of Soludo. I joined because I saw this icon of Soludo.
I see. All right, fair enough then. Let's do that then. All right, let's talk about it then.
I met Soludo a few years before he became governor. Obiano was governor of Anambra State at the time. So yeah, I met the man. I've always been fond of him, generally, like from his rise from being a nerdy student to his rise to the central bank governor and everything. I know the man well enough. I know his flaws. I know his strengths. So that's the main reason why I joined now. When you said is Soludo the bravest Igbo leader right now.
Let me say, I guess you only saw this, but let me play this video. This is the reason why I decided to host this show today. Let me play this one more time, and then let's just watch it again. Let's refresh the audience.
Ụmụaka ndị Igbo bara ime ọfịa chọpụta na kidnapping na ba na-ekpata ego na ya werezie emere biznes. Onye nya ọkada onye tara ọba ime ọfịa sogide ya na-eme liberation na-ewetara ụlọ Biafra. Ọ pụta oburu mmadụ wetara ya ego ewetara ego bepụ ya isi ọ etu a bụ Biafra na-ekwu maka ya. So alụ baa ebe niile.
All right, I just wanted to refresh the audience why I think Soludo is the bravest leader in Igbo land right now. So if you want to gear your thoughts towards that or whatever you wanted to say, but let's hear your thoughts on the topic here.
I saw that video.
Okay.
And that video just confirms a lot of the things that I know to be true about Soludo. Now, long before this, there was a time I can't remember the exact year, but there's a time where northern youths gave Igbo youths a what's the word?
Ultimatum.
They asked us to leave their region.
Ultimatum.
I'm not sure if you remember when that happened.
I don't remember. I don't remember. No.
Oh yeah, they gave northern youths gave us an ultimatum to leave their region. It happened some years back. It happened, and it was a big deal. And Ohaneze Igbo sent a committee headed by Soludo to go to the north and find out a rough census of how many Igbos live in the north. Soludo was no longer central bank governor at the time, and he was nursing this ambition to be governor of Anambra State at the time. So, but he had always been this. His scope of, how would I say, his scope of interest has always been more than just Anambra. He has always been curious and how would I say, he has always had care for the entire Igbo at large. So he volunteered to be a member of the committee that would go there and find out, and he was made the head of the committee. So he went there, they did their informal census, and I think they figured out that I do not want to give a rough estimate. So it's been a while. I don't remember the exact figure, but it was close to 10 million. So I think maybe 7 upward. So yeah, that's 7 or so. So when Soludo came, all of this informed a lot of his views concerning us being a part of Nigeria and us being apart. Then when he did that census, a couple of years after, Soludo said something. He was being informed by that census that his committee did in northern Nigeria, and he was bothered in the sense that if there's ever a situation where they truly kick us out of the north, what happens to our resources there? So he said that then there was this international law that protects our properties even if we leave the state. Soludo was talking about that, but I could tell from his posture that he didn't really believe anybody is going to honor any international law if there's any forceful removal of us from this country. So he gave a rough estimate of what he felt our assets, Igbo assets, were in the north. I still don't remember that figure. I'm sorry that I don't. But again, now I'm coming to a point.
Yeah.
There was the first person I was talking when I came here said something about if there was a referendum on each people will vote this and that. If there is to be a referendum, there would never be one. Or if there was to be one, every individual everywhere would vote, not just the individual in the southeast. Now, let me now tell you something. There's something called voting with your feet. Voting with your thumbs is not the way you vote. You vote with your feet. If your feet takes you to Aba, it is a way of you. If your feet takes you from Onitsha to Aba, it's a way of you saying that Aba has better resources for you. Aba has better potential for you. So if the feet of 7 million people have taken them to the north, that has shown them that this is where they believe has better interest and better resource for them. And that is 7 million Igbo saying that they want to be part of this north. They want to be able to go there and do their business there. Something that will not be very freely open to us if we're not a member of this nation.
Yeah.
And that's just the north. There's the south-south. There's the southwest. And I expect that our population in the southwest will rival our population in the north. That's close to maybe 14 million people in total. That's 14 million people that have interest in not residing in the southeast.
I don't know. I know you're just throwing these numbers, right? I know, and I don't want to deviate your line of thought, right? I know you're just estimating these numbers, but 40 million is a stretch. 40 million is a stretch. 40 million, I think, is a stretch.
What I can confirm was that it was close to about 7 to 10 million, as Soludo himself said after heading a committee that went to do a rough census after we were given that eviction notice by the northern youths.
Fair enough.
That was not a number he pulled out from his ass. He was saying that because he headed the committee that Onanis Indigo said.
Fair enough.
The 14 million is me approximating when I think of how many Igbos are in the north and Lagos and the rest of the southwest. But
Fair enough.
I expect the numbers to be towards that. So yes, that's a lot of people that are voting with their feet and telling you that they have interest in being part of the rest of Nigeria.
Yeah, but let's bring the conversation back to the topic. Soludo being the bravest. Yeah, let's bring it back there.
I'm going to Soludo now. Definitely now. There was something he said which makes me consider him to be brave. Also, there's something that happened during the election or after the election when Soludo dropped that bomb letter that was basically opposed to Obi. It was not a popular thing to say at the time.
Yeah.
It got him a lot of insults, a lot of death threats, a lot of everything. They were saying they were going to kick him out of the government house in Anambra.
Yep.
He said still maintained it. History beckons and I will not be silent. He chose not to be silent. That was a brave man. And there was something he was saying about...
But in my opinion, anyway, that letter and everything that he did then, it was uncalled for. I don't know what Peter Obi do personally. Those things were uncalled for. And most of them were false as well, right? The claims he made there were also false, So, in my opinion, no, it was uncalled for.
There was nothing false about what he said. There was not a single false thing here. There may be a lot of things that rubbed you off the wrong way, maybe if you were supporting Peter.
Yeah, I was supporting Peter Obi at the time. So he definitely rubbed me off the wrong way. And I can't remember the specifics again. But I think he said things in the line of the monies where Peter Obi don't claim, saying leave for Anambra. Until it's proven, until somebody actually bring proof, say Peter Obi no leave the money. But nobody has so far said we don't go bank, we don't see the money. So we can still keep believing Peter Obi, right? But if you come and start trying to dispute that without bringing facts, you see what I'm saying?
He did not leave the money directly for Soludo. He left the money for Obiano. So there was a buffer. If he left it directly for him, then there will be direct access to it. Nobody knows what Obiano did with it. But it was not majorly about the money he left in the bank. It was majorly the in quote and unquote investments that he made for India and Ambra. That was what Soludo slandered a lot. Now, from my tone here, you should be able to pick up that I respect Soludo a lot, and I think very little about Peter Obi. But I do not want to turn this to an issue now. I cannot
Fair
be
enough. I'm not going to
very
even let
opposed
it get into that. You can share your thoughts without being disrespectful. But again, just to push back on the claims that Soludo made in that time, right? Again, I think they were uncalled for because the brewery, at least with the city brewery, he said he invested some monies in different banks, that Diamond and I think Fidelity Bank. I think, again, nobody has come and said we don't go there, we don't see the money. So why should I not? Why should I not believe
we are
him?
talking about savings, investments. I intend to make this brief. You're talking about savings and no investments. Nobody disputed the amount saved. And the only pushback against saving was that Soludo said, and I quote, government exists to save lives and not to save money. And when your key thing as a leader is I saved so and so, and the state is impoverished, then what the fuck? What are you actually doing?
I don't know that Anambra
Why are
State
you
people are impoverished. And by the way, yes, I agree with the sentiment that government
I would,
should save lives. 1 second, Mr. Mecca. One second, Mr. Mecca. 1 second. 1 second, Mr. Mecca. I agree to the sentiment that government should save lives. But saving money is still part of what governments do. It's not like out of the blues. Governments, they save money. Norway has savings where Norway gets. Now, like 10 generations ahead, and then go enjoy that money. Like, so it's not out of the blue.
yes, you're right.
It's,
Norway have an investment, not savings.
it's savings, my
Norway
brother.
have
It's
this
excess
grand
money, not savings. It's not investment, not
better,
savings.
better investment. Savings is money you just touch in the bank.
That's what
But
Norway
Norway
has.
has this
That's what Norway
fund.
has.
No, they do not touch the money in the bank.
Norway has excess money from their from the crude oil where then they generate the money. Then they save some of them for bank, for somewhere, maybe not for bank, but for somewhere.
Exactly. Now the money exists to make more money.
All right.
And I do not have a bad word to speak about investment.
Fair enough.
Bad word I have to speak is about saving the money in the bank.
Fair
And
enough.
all I have to say is government exists to save life and not to save money.
Fair
And
enough.
I can go into Obi for an hour. I can go into Obi for 2 days. I can go into
Fair
Obi
enough.
for a year.
But we're not going to do that today.
I
But
have
if you want to just round up so that we'll move forward with the conversation,
I
Mr.
want to
Mecca.
fight for that. I want to keep the spotlight on the person I respect to do now.
Absolutely.
So,
And I have to go see who's at the door. If you want to, if you want to keep going, I have somebody at my door. I need to go check real quick. Yeah, and if you want to keep going, that's okay. Yeah.
One thing he said was, as Nigerians' foremost itinerant tribe, which is a tribe that travels a lot, we cannot afford to be intolerant of other people. And I think this IPOBSN is just a way of is just a wave of intolerance of other groups. While we are in opposition, they violently oppose Buhari, and as a result of that, we are very intolerant to the Northerners. Now that we are also in opposition under P2V, someone I think very little of, we are now violently opposed to the Southwesterners. You go under almost every media about Nigeria, you see thousands of Igbo insulting Yorubas, and Yorubas insulting us.
I'm sorry. I don't know where the conversation is going to with bringing Yorubas inside the conversation, but I don't know where actually that's going. And I'm sorry. I know I had to leave. But if you want to round up so that we can move forward with the conversation, Mr. Mecca, and thank you for keeping the show going while I was gone briefly.
There's no problem with that. What brought in the Yorubas was a quote from Soludo. As Nigerians' foremost itinerant tribe, we cannot afford to be intolerant. We are the tribe that travels the most in Nigeria. So we cannot afford to make enemies. We cannot afford to step on too many toes.
Absolutely.
Stepping on too many toes and making enemies leaves you vulnerable, especially when you have this amount of millions of people living outside of your home region.
Absolutely.
So let me just round it up on this now. I saw that video where Soludo spoke about how many Anambra youths are between prisons all over the world. That's a long conversation, and I'll not say much on that. But I just want to totally agree with this topic.
All
Soludo is the
right.
bravest Igbo leader right now.
You
The
don't
Igbo
stretch and
leaders are
you don't
winning.
stretch and go
And
greatest now, my brother. You don't stretch and go greatest. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Meka. Let's move forward with the conversation. Thank you, and you can stay put if you want, and we can circle back with you in a moment. But thank you for your thoughts and opinion on the topic. Appreciate that. All right, make we go chats before we come back to the guest. And I appreciate you guys being patient with me here. Appreciate that. I have a lot going on. I'm sorry. Anyway, Baby Food says, I disagree that Soludo is the bravest Igbo leader. All right, we'll get to you. You're in the guests, so we'll talk about it. And by the way, people on Facebook, if you'd like to join the conversation, please feel free to join us on TikTok at the Bia Paulo Podcast, and we can talk about this if you want. And unless you just want to keep, listening in, that's okay too. Then stay where you are. And also, again, today I know they see a lot of traction from YouTube, but people on Facebook, if you want to join the conversation, feel free to join us on TikTok at the Bia Paulo Podcast, and we'll bring you on. All right, let's keep reading the chats here. Igor011 says, but the immediate successor said all that wasn't true. Not really. I think we caught him on a hot mic saying, Obiano, we call Hope Obiano on a hot mic saying one time that the money where Peter believed, I mean, take build airport, right? We heard that, right? So, so that one no be, I don't know. I think until somebody can actually bring actual proof and debunk it, then I'll start not believing Peter. But in the meantime, I go continue to believe him. Anyway, Prince Inca, thank you for being here. He says average 40 million Igbos in the north. I don't know. I think those numbers are a little bit stretched out. That's just me. I don't know, but I think they're a little bit stretched out. But anyway, it's what it is. Isaac Nice says, I will vote Soludo for president any day. He remains the best central bank governor of my generation. I agree. Soludo, Naim give us one policy. I think we make banks know they easily just go bankrupt again, carry people money run. I think he brought up the idea of and I know he didn't create that idea. He brought it from somewhere, which is smart of him. You don't need to invent wheels. People don't invent wheels. You don't need to invent the wheels. You can go copy it from somewhere and implement it, and it works. And this is the reason my problem with Nigerian politicians. All the issues where we get for Nigeria, you get people who don't deal with those issues. Why can't they just go and replicate it? Bring them to Nigeria and replicate, right? Anyway, I agree with you. Soludo, he's a smart guy. You can't deny that. All right, Uche, thank you for coming back. Uche B, UCCIB, thank you for joining back. You say he is 100% and Ijele as well. Shout out to Ijele to do God work for Imo State right now. Isaac Nice, thank you for being here. Las Vegas says, why are you always with sensory objects? All right, make I tell on this funny story, right? When I started live streaming, sometime last year, one guy for Facebook, he see my videos, he go my inbox, tell me, say, why I they always put my hand for my mouth? Say, make I stop they put my hand for my mouth. Say, now because of my biting nails, now make I they do them. Say, make I consciously stop doing it. But listen, right, that's a bad habit that I know fit stop, right? I'm too old now to start trying to stop that habit, right? So I decided to buy sensory objects instead. I have this other one too, I use just to keep my hand busy. Because if my hand get something where they do, you go start day one, they go in my mouth. So that's the reason why I have these things, right? That's the reason why I have these things. Make una bear with me, right? I be big baby. Now isn't that be? Anyway, Choma, thank you for still being here. Choma Marilis, thank you for being here. And funny story again, when Choma first joined my show, I mean, nobody pronounce her name. I've been biting my tongue to pronounce that name, but now it just flows. It flows really good now. Trauma Amarilis, thank you for still being here. Appreciate you. Christopher Obogo, thank you for joining, for sharing the live and still being here. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you so much. All right, make we go Facebook, read the people where they're here. Usman S. Titilayo Apeke, Soludo will be more of president than Obi. Soludo deal with issues, not emotions. I agree with you. Since I stopped since I stopped the sympathize with Biafra, all the emotion within my eye don't clear. So I'm seeing things differently now, with different lenses now. So I agree with you on that. But Soludo too, a lot of people would agree that he's doing it out of convenience, right? Because at his first tenure, he wasn't so vocal about the IPOB, and even up till now, he still never categorically call out Nnamdi Kanu, which is the root cause of all these problems they face for Ali Igbo, right? He has still not called Nnamdi Kanu out categorically. But the one Wayne do, we go still praise him, give him the kudos Wayne deserve for the one Wayne do. Anyway, yeah. Coach Sammy, you're still here. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. He says the last caller recommended Hope Uzodinma Dave Umahi as potential candidate for Igbo presidency because the ones, this Facebook chat today a little bit wonky. He says because the ones are helping, they're gonna help me with the English so that I go to feed the read them easily. Trying to fix your English in real time is not an easy job, my brothers and sisters. Make una help me with the English. Spencer Aniewelu says on Facebook, he says, what other platform is this live on? We're live on TikTok. If you'd like to join the conversation, feel free to join us on TikTok at the Bia Palo Podcast. And that's the only way we can bring you up so you can share your thoughts on the conversation. Anyway, Coach Sammy, Hakim Omotalani, thank you guys for being on Facebook. I appreciate you guys. And Vivian as well. Vivian, thank you for being here. All right, let's shout out the people that are also on here on TikTok. Arinze, Emperor's House, K70, Joy, TA, thank you for still being here. Winsome, Sanita, Ultra T24, HB, thank you for being here. Victoria by me, thank you for being here. Jenny Otumba Ogidon, thank you for still being here. Legacy TV, Prince Yinka, Peace Preacher, we're going to get to you in a moment. Mr. Savi, thank you for still being here. And Choma Marilis, thank you for being here. And Radio Real Estate, when I check out Radio Real Estate, they say real estate, like Radio Biafra people. Anyway, all right, Baby Food had to go, but anyway, we're going to keep the show going. Peace Preacher, let's welcome to the Bia Palo Podcast. This is the Bia Palo Show. Now, the show we do for here, the podcast, they're for Facebook, they're for YouTube. This is the Bia Palo Show. Appreciate you for being patient with me. Let's hear your thoughts on the topic here, Mr. Peace Preacher.
Yeah, hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for being patient with us. Thank you for joining.
Okay. So, I don't know. There is a lot going on in Nigeria, and then it is just, it takes one who can think rationally and can, project to understand exactly what is going on. The idea of Igbo and then the Yorubas and the Hausas, the combination itself is a disaster. But we don't want to talk about that. And then it is so sad that we still have people who think that that's a kind of copulation is a country.
All right, Mr. Peace
I don't
Preacher.
know if you can still hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, and
you?
Yes, we can. But your line of thought, I'm assuming, is going somewhere else. Can you please bring it to this topic? Is Soludo the bravest Igbo leader right now? And let me play the video for you just in case you missed it. Let me play this video shortly so that everybody can follow up.
Ụmụaka ndị Igbo bara ime ọfịa chọpụta na kidnapping na na-ekpata ego na ya werezi emere biznes. Onye nya ọka na onye tara ọba ime ọfịa soge na ya na-eme liberation na-ewetara ụlọ Biafra. Ọ pụtara oburu mmadụ wetara ya ego ewetara ego bepụ ya isi ọ etu a bụ Biafra na-ekwu maka ya. So alụ baa ebe niile.
All right, that's the how did they speak on now? That is the yardstick, I mean the basis of this our conversation, right? You've heard the video, and him finally or outrightly condemning IPOB and all these agitators where they agitate nonsense. In my opinion, that makes him the bravest leader, right, Igbo leader right now. But what are your thoughts on that topic, Mr. Peace Preacher?
Yeah, if he wants to claim to be a brave leader, I think he should be calling for the sovereignty of his people and breaking away from even the stupid establishment called Nigeria. You see, it is very, very funny when we start
one second.
see
Why
things in a
should
way
he?
that
One second,
is
Mr.
terror.
Priest. 1 second, Mr. Peace Preacher. Why should he be calling for the sovereignty of the Igbo people? Why should he be calling for that?
Are the Igbos not suffering? Are they not suffering?
Tell me the
Are
tribe
they
would enjoy.
enjoying?
Tell me the tribe would
Is the
enjoy.
Nigerian
Tell me
are
the tribe would
Nigerians
enjoy
of
for
benefits
Nigeria.
to them?
Tell me the tribe would enjoy for Nigeria, or the people would enjoy for Nigeria. Tell me. I'd like to know.
There is a minority tribe. There is a minority tribe in Nigeria called Fulanis who can come to your family house, unalive all of you,
All right,
and
that's
the
not
government
true.
will say
That
thank
that
you to
is
them.
not
I
true,
think
my brother.
it is
That is
high time.
peace preacher.
It is
That
high
is not.
time.
All right, Mr.
Okay, it
Peace
is not
preacher,
true.
you want to stress me. You
But
like
somebody
that is not
but
true.
somebody's list out how many
Mr.
people
Peace
are unalive.
preacher, 1 second, please. Well, now,
Didn't you hear how many people were unalive?
oh shoot, Mr. Savi, sorry, I go drop you where I want to drop this troublemaker preacher, saying a peace preacher. Mr. Savi, sorry, sorry, Mr. Savi. Mr. Savi, no vex, I beg. Make you request again. This one a troublemaker preacher. This one a troublemaker preacher. Don't be peace preacher at all. Which kind?
You see, I think the guy is maybe someone from the southwest. But however, I've given you expo to say if you want to separate from Nigeria, there is a way for you to say bring back secession in the constitution. You know, feeding people that will propose for that secession clause. That is what we are talking about here. People are agitating for Islamic State. They are doing it the wrong way. That is why they are big tag terrorists and all that. If you want to agitate and all these things, there are genuine processes, method you can do it for peace. You know.
This peace where you talking about, this guy, he can carry peace put for a name. The guy don't know what to be peace, so this guy is a troublemaker. Mr. Priest Preacher, I see that you're requesting again. I was about to move forward. However, you go text, you chat, send it, leave a chat. I go ask you this question. If I bring you up, you're gonna please abide, just be very respectful. We're gonna have a conversation. You're not gonna be over talking me. Yeah.
Yeah, Kashi, yeah, this is what he was trying to say. He was trying to say that, you know, the union is kind of suffocating the Southwest. He wants the Igbos to go, and probably he wants the Fulanis to go. However, you can't really kind of help people to go. What you would do is to help them, and through that your senators, tell them to put that secession clause there, so that if Fulani want to go, they will use that method. If Igbos want to go, they will use that method, so that they will not come and suffocate you in Lagos. I understand his point. That is the direction he was going.
Me, I didn't understand it. So maybe you've had a conversation with him in the past. This one is new to me.
No. I've seen it in this comment section when he was talking about it.
I see. Fair enough. I wasn't reading the chat, so I try to have conversations here, Mr. Peace Preacher. So I don't know if you came here to spread some ideology. I know they do that one. I won't let you. We go talk. If you agree, I'll bring you up and we'll talk about it. But don't be over talking me. If I'm talking, you pause. If you talk, I'll pause too. But I'll pause you for the most part because now my show. So if you agree, tell me and I'll bring you up. But in the meantime, make we follow this big bird. I think you said your name is it Bamidele Abi Victor? This bird.
Victor, you're right.
Victor, right? Victor, all right, Victor. Thank you for coming back to the beer parlor. Appreciate you. Mr. Peace Preacher, I'll bring you up. You're going to talk after me and Mr. Victor get our conversation finished. But that's your style. I don't like him. It's chaotic. I don't like chaos. Anyway. All right, Mr. Victor, let's hear your thoughts on the topic, please.
Oh in the full Southeast, right? I've actually looked for politicians that I would actually identify with. I think there is none. Yeah, in the sense that I don't have an ideal person from the Southeast entirely as an Igbo guy. I don't think I rather associate my people who think with their head and logic than people who think with their ego. You get some culture that have encouraged people to think with ego instead of thinking with their head and thinking on the long run rather than the short run. I don't associate with people with such nature. Thank God. I think the best thing that happened to me, in as much as I stayed a long time in Abia State, Aba precisely, and my university days and others were outside Ali Igbo. So I have been able to, compare and construct between, how
let me ask
a
you, right?
person should behave.
Are you Igbo? Are you Igbo?
Yeah, I'm from Igbo, Imo
All right,
State,
all right.
this work precisely.
All right. So when you say they associate with people where they think with ego, who are you referring to?
Well, I'm talking about politicians from the Southeast, right? Yeah, I'm talking about politicians from the Southeast. I feel like the problem they have with themselves is they are egoistic people, right? They rather than an average Igbo man is egoistic. They want to show, you see them, the IPOP people, instead of doing work they're supposed to do. Have never supported them, but one thing I criticize them the most is for not being able to achieve anything, not even the fact that they have a bad cause, but I am criticizing them for not even being able to achieve anything because they are egoistic. When something happens, they want to claim that they are responsible. Why do you want to claim something that you're responsible if you want to achieve the goal?
Yeah.
Do you get that?
Yeah, I hear you. But whether we like it or not, we are still going to have politicians. We are still going to have leaders, for lack of words, right?
That is what I'm saying. I'm trying to say is, okay.
So who is if this one not be the bravest one, or you don't want to associate yourself with this one, who would you associate yourself with? You see what I'm saying, right?
Absolutely right. A lot of things. Okay, let me give you an example. I don't know if you allow me to give this example.
Go ahead.
Now, yeah, you see, no matter how far things is going in my house today, right? And someone is fighting with my younger one. When I comes out, and first of all, I defend the house. Then we'll go back home and then we'll settle the scores. You get? So now you see, when I see someone who is anti-Igbo, someone who is a patriotic Igbo, yeah, someone who loves being Igbo, who is proud of being Igbo, I know them. Or when compared to someone who wants to just be, Nigerian pleaser. Do you get? Now, let's talk about somebody who has achieved something internationally, not just Igbo. So I'm going to mention a name.
Yes.
And I'm saying this.
1 second.
Yes, that's the name I'm going to mention.
1 second. So who would you say is anti-Igbo, and who would you say is Nigerian pleaser, and who would you say is pro-Igbo? You gave like 3 categories or more, maybe. Who are these? Who are these people?
A lot of governors.
If you don't want to mention names, that's okay too. But
why am I not going to mention them? Am I scared of them? They've not been able to do anything to the rest people. I mean, they want to do something. See, I'm telling you, when it comes to people like the Imo State governor, where I'm from, right?
Yeah,
the selfish, self-centered people, and then we have the David Umahi. Them. In fact, I don't think there's any relevant person. See, if Peter Obi cannot be the president of Nigeria, and I'm betting this with my life that no Igbo man in 1,000 years can, because number one, they lack audacity. You get? They rather sell out than to fight for their cause.
What is this cause what is this cause? What is this cause?
No, let's talk about the cause, right?
Yeah.
It's to be relevant. I am not a separatist person. I am not a coward, right? Yeah. I'm not a coward who wants to run away from a fight and say, okay, let me go and find my own country just because I can't, participate. No, I would rather fight it to the core, right? Yeah. So
that is how a man should think. I like this. I like the way you explain out. This is what a man is.
No.
Yeah.
See, let me tell you why. I'm angry with this set of people. Please, if you can just give me a little bit.
Go ahead.
Now,
please stop asking for a little bit. Just talk what you want to talk. If I don't want that, I go tell you. But just say what you have to say.
Every time I come online and I discuss politics with outsiders, like I grew up in Edo State and some other places, Abuja and some other places, right? I discuss politics with a lot of people. The only set of people who tells me, hey, I don't think Peter Obi can do it. Tinubu is to this thing. You see the mentality of a coward. If I were telling to somebody what is the chances that Peter Obi will win? We're just considering. This is the mentality of a coward. The only time they attempt to defend is when they want to defend their ego. You get? So with that mindset, you see, Jewa, I used to argue this thing with my mom. I said the only thing I believe I've gotten as an Igbo man is sometimes the fact that, I have this tenacity to want to push for things, right? Yes, they always want to do something, right? But they don't ask themselves, to what cost? Like when you want to go into, Jesus Christ says, if you want to build a house, you look at what it's going to cost you and other things, right?
Yep.
You don't look into those considerations because you're not a rational being. You don't look at the long run. You want to come up or say something, you don't look at the wrong run, and people keep criticizing you for such thing. And the worst part is that you don't listen to what they are criticizing you for.
Yep.
What you're listening to is your emotion, the fact that what they say to you is not fair. But the truth is, if somebody from a northern part of the country comes to tell you that this is where you've been getting it wrong, but yet you're just looking at the fact that, oh, this person is insulting me.
Yep.
A lot of people say, oh, Fulani. And I tell them, Fulani has never been your problem since time immemorial. Gowon was not from Fulani. They don't even know that Gowon was not full of Fulani. A lot of them don't know.
I think he has Ebonyi or Igbo descent. I think he has an Igbo descent in his body. I think his mom or dad was from Ebonyi State. Go on himself, right?
But I know he's from. He's not from. He's from Benue State or something.
Okay, maybe
right?
I'm wrong. I'm wrong then.
Yeah, you get. So the guy is not even a Fulani guy. Fulani guy have never had any direct impact on the Igbo people. But you keep to start shouting because when you ask them, sometimes I ask myself, is it because the education system I almost wanted to go to school in Imo State, right?
Yeah.
IMSU, precisely. And when I come out and talk to people who actually attended, who got the academic certificate from that place, sometimes I ask myself, some of my cousins, like I'd rather not even go to school than because the education system over there, I don't know what's wrong with it actually. You get so that. Is it because the education system over there is bad or what? Is it that they don't teach them these things? Guy, there's a difference between Fulani, Ibira, and some other. Even the North has a lot of tribe. So you keep saying Fulani is your problem, Fulani, and then you don't even know who is your problem.
Yep.
You get, it seems you're confused. Now, the other day, somebody called you, what's his name? Buhari called you guys a dot in the, how did he even say that stuff?
Dot nation or something like that, yeah. Dot in
yes, a dot in the
5%
nation.
or something like that, yeah.
Yes, a dot. Yeah, I think it was a dot in this thing. And you guys are crying. Why won't you cry? Number one, a lot of you don't have PVC. You would see. I told you the other time I came out you have in ABJ before I traveled, right? We have a lot of Igbo people in this thing. You see, during the time P2B was campaigning, a lot of Igbo people were supporting, crying, shouting, Igbo singing songs. None of them came out to vote. No, not a single one. For the 3 poll units I went to, they didn't. See, my mom will not allow me to vote. See, the reason why I can stay 3 days without calling them and talking to them, because their ideology, they impacted in me. Thank God I met people who impacted more ideology, right? Because you tell me you don't need to vote, you don't need to participate, so that they will not kill you, don't participate in politics. What the fuck?
Yep.
It's as if they're giving us anti-political, mindsets. Then tomorrow we keep coming out to cry marginalization.
Yep.
Who is marginalizing you? You're the one marginalizing yourself. Now, I tell some of my friends today, right? The likelihood that I would meet an outsider who would marginalize me is low. Most time I've met people who wants to, marginalize me or want to, raise themselves above me in any, political or social setting. I'm mostly Igbo. The moment they see you, they want to what the man? Who cares?
Yeah. But let's bring it back to the topic. And I know, again, you don't yab all of us for Igbo land, say we no get balls, right? Say the leaders no get balls, right? Who would you say is the bravest? Now you be the bravest. Now you be the bravest Igbo man to ever exist.
P2B is 199. See, P2B is 199. See, let's talk about
199 what? P2B is 199 what?
The bravest, the better, the only option Alibo would ever have. It is, and I can give you reasons, a lot of reasons why.
Let's hear your reasons.
Good. Do you get? Now, apart from P2B in a long time, who else has gotten 6.4 million votes? Who else have done that?
That does not translate to bravery, though. That's just, him being popular. That one not being popular.
No,
and bravery
let me
don't be the
tell
same
you
thing
can't
now.
tell me you are brave without results.
No. Being
That's result for me.
Being popular and being brave, they are two different things, my brother. You understand the
A
definition
lot
of
of
popular
okay. Let me tell
and
you
bravery,
why.
right?
Let me tell you why that is bravery. Let me tell you why that is bravery.
Okay.
Right now, I don't even think if someone from Flavor, you have Flavor Nabalia today, right? You know him, right? If he comes out to run for any position, I don't even think he will have up to 1 million votes.
But that's
Is it not
not,
popular?
you're conflating issues here. Bravery and popularity is not the same thing. They are not the same thing,
Now,
right?
let me tell you what you don't understand in that part of bravery, right? He has to conquer a lot to be able to come up to that. Did you know what he fought to be able to come out and, be that guy that got that vote?
No.
He didn't get it by just being popular.
No, it's by being
did a
popular.
lot. He took the risk.
It has nothing to do with being brave. It has nothing to
So
zero.
he left PDP, yeah?
He's not the only person that has left the PDP.
He left PDP and he went to Labour Party and then pulled that stuff that he did. To me, that is bravery.
No,
Personally,
he was being strategic. It again is different from being brave. You understand the concept of being brave, right?
All right, I don't think that would. Okay, I will give that to you.
Okay.
Let me give that to you. If I have to give that to you,
him being popular has nothing to do with being brave. Being brave is, going out there in the face of danger. You still go out there, do what you need to do. That's what
Has he not been going out? Has he not been going out there in the face of danger?
Yeah, you can express that differently, but you cannot mix it with his popularity. It's not the same thing. You can express that differently, like saying, okay, the way they work out without security, like the other day, even though they shot at his convoy at Edo State, he still carried out his business. You can express that differently. But him being popular is not being brave. It's different.
Okay,
you see what I'm saying?
I accept that, right? Yeah.
And they give you points. Yes, that they give you. I suppose they make your argument worse, but I'm giving you points, my brother.
That's fine. That's fine. As long as we are working together, then I'm cool. I don't care.
Fair enough. But this is why I don't consider him brave, though, because when it comes to the issues in the Southeast, he shies away from it. For some reason, which I don't understand. And a lot of people would agree.
Let me tell you why. I will do the same. I will do the same.
Then that's not bravery. If you do the same, it's not bravery, though.
See. To be frank with you, right? If I'm to run for any position today, my main goal, where I tend to get support, right, would never be from Ali Igbo. I don't think it's possible. Maybe not for now. Maybe the next 2-3 generations. Yeah. And I can tell you for sure right now, if P2B is going anywhere and he's going to be anything relevant politically, and what he has become actually, it's not from Igbo supporters.
Okay, so how does that connect to why he's not speaking up for the issues that are going on in the East? How does that relate?
Why would he speak for why would you speak about the issues happening in the East? Because the issue happening in the Southeast is an Eastern man against an Eastern man. It is not like the federal government is actually subjecting them to anything, right? Due to their selfish political interest, right? A lot of, when you talk about, I know what you're trying to talk about is the IPOP thing of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to talk about.
Yes, there are so many governors who are responsible, who are not coming out to say, oh, I am part of these people. You get, it is a use and dump kind of thing. They know what they are doing.
Fair enough. Let's agree. Let's agree that they know what they're doing, right? But you made a statement. I don't know if it's a statement or you asked a question. Say, why should he speak about what's going on in the Southeast?
Yes, he wouldn't, because anything he says.
Are you saying he shouldn't? Are you 1 second
against him?
He's
a politician. He has to be strategic.
Fair enough. I hear you.
Just like the reason why I'm coming out to speak against something, it's because I'm not running for anything.
All right.
The moment I'm running for something right now and I speak against something, right? The so-called people, IPOP people and their sympathizer, they go against me.
All right, fair enough.
get-
Let me
that is
now
how they
ask
reason.
you.
They reason
All
irrational.
right, fair enough. I agree. Say those people they're very irrational, right? So now, a brave man shouldn't he speak up, knowing that even if he says this, he's putting himself in danger, but he says it regardless, and that's what Soludo has
He
shown,
would
right?
not rationally, right? Even if I'm trying to be brave, I'll have to be rational too, right? Yes, those are two things. It has to come in place. Yeah. So if I have to be rational, yes, okay, if I have to be brave and say something that would jeopardize my mission, why would I say it? I rather keep quiet.
That's
So
an
if he
interesting.
says
That's an
something that-
interesting take, my brother, because me and you can agree that IPOB has done menace to the Southeast, right? And we have
A lot.
Yeah, so at least we can agree that one, right? So we have somebody who actually has this popularity where me and you again don't agree on. He has this much popularity, but for some reason, this person will not use his popularity and
Let me ask you the question.
shine light on his own region. And you say that's
Let me
okay.
ask you the question. I think most of you who want P2B to say something about this, you're trying to set him up, and he's not a fool. He's a smart person. Yeah, because
So he would be a fool to speak up for the atrocities where they happen for in region.
now let me tell you, you have your federal government and you have other leaders. The so-called Soludo that you have actually placed here should have done something about it, right? So we have, if they can't solve this issue, so what is now the tendency that it's P2B who is there that will not solve the issue? Sometimes when you're fighting
fair enough. So
Good.
let me now agree with you, right? Let me now agree with you. Say, why should P2B do it, right? So waiting concern am with the ones where they happen for North. Why is he doing that one there? Waiting concern am for that one.
which one would they happen for not? Like, let's be realistic.
The things where the Boko Haram, anything where they happen for North, P2B go there, go they shine light to him. Why is that his problem? Why is he not keeping quiet on both sides? Why is he not keeping quiet here and keeping quiet here? Why is he talking about this one and ignoring this one? You see what I'm saying?
Let me start by saying this, right? Now, my name is Victor, and I'm telling this to any number of Igbo man here. If P2B doesn't become president, right? Even if I become something relevant in it, I will do anything to jeopardize.
You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question.
Igbo man becoming president.
You're not answering the question, my brother. You're not answering the question.
I want to answer the question.
All right. Should I ask you the question again?
Yes.
Let me ask you the question again.
Yeah.
All right. I'm agreeing with you that P2B shouldn't say anything because it might jeopardize his chances of winning in the East, right? I agree. Let me agree with you that he shouldn't say it because he's being strategic, right? Agree to disagree. However, why is he in the same vein talking about the ones happening in the North? Why is he ignoring this one and now talking about the other one?
Okay, well, currently now and since the past 3 years or so, P2B is the highest, is the biggest opposition. Is what's it called? He's actually playing the main role of opposition in Nigeria, right? And there are so many times in his tweets that he has actually mentioned about things happening, insecurity in the Southeast, right? And then you cannot compare the insecurity in the Southeast to that happening in the North, which is as a result of the negligence and the security lapses with the federal government. We know how reckless and incompetent this government has been when it comes to security, and how nonchalant they have been when it comes to insecurity. So it's normal for P2B to talk about problems and things happening in Nigeria as an opposition. That is his duty. Nobody has to question him for that.
But South is there for Nigeria now, my brother. Yeah? The ones who they happen for South is, why don't they matter though? So I agree with you.
It's
normal for him to...
He talks about it. You only want him to talk about IPOB.
Yes, because IPOB is a menace in the Southeast. I need him to talk about IPOB in the Southeast.
Every time, and the reason why people from the opposition want him to talk about IPOB is because they understand that IPOB issue is a very sensitive issue, and that issue could cost him a lot politically. You get, and even the thing, if I were him now, if I'm to advise him, or I would agree with you at this point, that he should just talk about it. Even the so-called IPOB people, they are politically irrelevant because right now most of them don't even have PVCs, right? Instead of them doing something for themselves, they wouldn't. Yeah. So let them just talk about them. I think they are irrelevant. Actually, they don't have votes. They will not give him anything. So let him just talk about him. Everything spoil.
Fair enough. At least me and you don't agree on a few things, because it's kind of hypocritical. If your backyard they burn, you leave the one where they happen for your backyard, go to talk about the ones where they happen for other people's backyard. I think it's hypocritical.
But I think personally, my own opinion, that you support APC, you are an APC supporter, even though
let me now say, right? What does it matter? What does it matter? Whether I support APC, I support the PDP, and support LP. What does it matter? Me and you want better Nigeria. I've said this. Yes, I've said this clearly 100 times. My preferred candidate is Peter Obi. I've said this. I don't know where else you want to go and collect your information. Now, the ones who are not talking, I people go to guess. Oh, you live in America. Oh, you live there. I mean, I've never talked about where I lived on my show ever, right? But the ones who I talk, when I go ignore them, they focus on the ones where, it's crazy. Peter Obi is my preferred candidate. I want him to do better. I want him to do better, right? Because we've seen situations where they've asked him about IPOB, and instead of him to answer the question about IPOB, he's beginning to talk. In my opinion, I don't see what Nnamdi Kanu did. He shouldn't be this.
He never mentioned Nnamdi Kanu, and I can prove to you to that. He has never mentioned.
He did. I can find the video. He did.
Please.
I can find the video. He did.
Because the only thing he said was that he doesn't see a reason why he should be kept there. That the problem is a negotiation problem.
It's not a negotiation problem. Nnamdi Kanu is a terrorist. You don't negotiate with terrorists. I mean, even though the Nigerian government sometimes compromise on that,
thank God you said it.
But you shouldn't negotiate with the terrorists.
If they can negotiate with Asari Dokubo and some of the people who have been doing a lot of things, why wouldn't they negotiate with...
But here's the thing again. Asari Dokubo, right? And whatever they negotiated, that's good for him and the people will benefit from him, right? But why are you always concerned about what of this person? Asari Dokubo self, to start with, he wasn't even unaliving his people. Him been they blow pipelines, which again is not good though. Now pipelines him been they blow. Hear me out, my brother. 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 But now you've made that same comparison. What about Asari Dokubo? What about this one? What about... Forget about those people. We are talking about our own, and the one where they affect us. Why are you worried about Asari Dokubo? When Nnamdi Kanu is asking people to go buy our old people for village, our children, they tell them they don't go school on Monday. Our business. Why are you worried about Asari Dokubo? It's very interesting to me.
I'm not worried.
It blows my mind.
Of those people. I'm not worried about all those people, right? I don't care about the whole thing. But what I'm saying is, Peter Obi is the only person I actually trying to defend, right? When you see it, you get. So I just try to make a reason for what he said, but that's fine. But I don't support the whole IPOP thing. I don't think they are doing any good work, actually. So that's fine.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Victor. And I host these shows on Sundays, the Beer Parlor debates. It seems like you'll be Peter Obi guy. I don't know if you've attended before, but if you haven't,
no, I've not.
Feel free to check it out. You'll be like you be Peter Obi supporter. So feel free to check it out and we'll have a debate. Not with me, but you debate other contenders, in a structured setting. No be argument, just in a structured, like, your turn, you talk your points, this person talk their points and all that. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Victor, for joining again.
Can I ask him a question, please?
Mr. Goss will know. Make we not get rowdy session, but we'll get to you. We'll get to you in a moment because you did really low there in the bottom. You just joined. You know, go they fair to the people where they wait their turn as well. But thank you so much, Mr. Victor, for joining. I appreciate you. All right, Mr. Savi, do you have any thoughts? Do you want to share anything before we move to the next person here, please?
Okay, thank you. I will just briefly say that the most of our problem is this issue of whataboutism. Because we always compare this whataboutism, what about Boko Haram, what about ISWAP? And then the issue is, you're saying they are negotiating with Asari Dokubo and they're negotiating with terrorists in the north. Now, are you willing for negotiation? Because most of these leaders from the southeast have been tendering this proposal for amnesty resolution so that you can drop your ammunition and come out of the bushes. They'll be proposing it to your leaders, the leaders of those, wings. They know these things. So when you are comparing to say they are negotiating with people in the north, they are also negotiating with you people. Even if you go to Imo State, military barrack, they keep that space is still open. Drop your weapons, come out of the bushes. So the negotiation has been there. So it's not a maybe one-sided kind of justice. They are trying to negotiate. Even you, as a leader, had it been Kanu himself, have seen that, look, I've done wrong. This direction have followed, have deranged the whole, the whole thing, the whole project I wanted to execute.
Yeah.
Please, I'm sorry for the directions. Look. Can we have a second chance so that we can be able to correct, what has happened? He has never done that, both through his lawyers and through the organization. So the issue of what about negotiation with Asari and the amnesty to Niger Delta, the governors have been proposing for amnesty for the you people, and you've known that the formula you've used is a faulty formula. You can't get anything. As a matter of fact, you've divided the southeast and the eastern region more than you could have helped to unite the region. The eastern region you claim you want to agitate for. You've divided the region because you tend to force your own narrative or your own kind of your proposal to people who are not being engaged, who this thing doesn't concern them. You want me and you to do a business. You push me to come for the business. You force me to say, oh, because I'm your brother, I must involve in that business, without getting me involved in terms and conditions of that business to sign an MOU or something like that. So these are the reasons. We keep saying whataboutism. And then my brother was talking about P2B being strategic. You said that the vote of the Southeast cannot make Obi the president. And then you said him being reserved toward what is happening in the Southeast is him being strategic. So how can you compare this? You said that the vote from other regions will make him the president, and then you are being reserved from the Southeast because you claim you have a vote there. But you said the vote there are irrelevant. So this whole thing, it's just him trying to make it look like I hijack someone's structure, and I don't want to talk about that structure. And you know that this structure, they don't vote. Most of the people agitating for secession, they are not interested about Nigerian politics. So you kind of betraying the real people who are not even part of the agitation, who are the ones voting about one Nigerianism. You betraying them. You're betraying even their interest in the region. Now, the same thing happened to other people in other regions who think maybe voting for you is kind of, since you have been sympathetic to these people, it's kind of been aligning with the ideology of these people. So these are the whole thing here. These are the whole thing here. And Obi just need to be courageous. Because my brother was talking about being strategic, being this. No, that is not courageous. That is not correct. We can say that Soludo, being sympathetic to them and all that. But as a leader, you must find a formula, a ground level to solve problems. So him meeting Kanu before is not the issue here. The issue here is that he has seen that the movement, even when he was trying to stop it diplomatically, have now moved out of the stage to criminality and terrorism. And he started condemning it wholeheartedly. That is courageousness, not trying to be sympathetic, hijack someone's. Had it been Kanu is out today, he will render Obi, irrelevant in the Southeast. We've known this from Rocha Sokorosha and many of them. We've known this over time. So he tend to hijack the structure because the owner of the structure is inside. So he kind of been I want to manage myself so that these people can continue to supporting me. So these are the things I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Savi. Thank you so much. And by the way, Mekuna, be patient. Mr. Savi is a co-host, so he can come in and skip the line here and there. So Mekuna, bear with me on that one. Thank you, Mr. Savi. Appreciate it. Anyway, Mr. Priest Preacher, before we come back to you, make we salute the people waiting for chat on TikTok and Facebook. There's not a lot of traction going on YouTube. I don't know what's going on. YouTube people, when they hear my voice, join in and let's talk about it, right? Anyway. Sanita says, Senior man, Mr. Savi, God bless you. Mr. Savi, God bless you. And also, Mr. Ijele, God bless you as well. Answer moi, mama, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Peace Preacher, we're going to come to you back. We're going to come back to you in a moment there. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Patoski, we just brought you. I don't know if you know they watch this show. Apan and Oduma I watch him for YouTube anyway, but Patoski is one of my favorite characters on that show. Or Mr. Patoski, I don't know if it's you, but I appreciate you for being here. Anyway, Patoski says he's concerned because selective justice is not justice, period. We're going to talk about it in a minute. All right, Anselm says Asari was never a tea guy. Absolutely, and I made that clear to him. It's different. You know, again, Mr. Savi said it again. What aboutism? What aboutism? You know, all this what about? We're talking about your own. Now your own we they talk about. Leave what about. Now our own we they talk about. And that's what bothers us the most. That's why we're talking about it. Anyway, Lo, thank you for being here. Jenny, so if he becomes the president, he will not address IPOB. That's an interesting question, right? And that's why we need to keep asking him that question. He need to answer that question. He needs to do like Peter. He needs to do like, excuse me. He needs to do like Soludo and say, before I've been they tried doing diplomatically. That's why I said what I said. I'm sorry. IPOB is a disaster. We don't need them in Nigeria. That's what he needs to do. We go believe him. If he does that, we're going to believe him. But if you keep asking, what did he even do, Seth? What did he even do, Seth? Then people are not going to trust you. People won't trust you. If you do like Soludo, like Mr. Savi just, analyze for us, say, maybe they tried doing diplomatically before, but now he doesn't say who's already that side, and he has done a U-turn. We will accept him like that. But if you keep avoiding the question, I think you're going to keep losing support. But anyway, Ishikote Ebu says, but Peter Obi goes to Benue when it happens there. Absolutely. Those are the issues. Those are the issues. Mr. Oye says, Mr. Oye, my brother, thank you for being here. He says, because he's a leader in the East. Yes, he's a leader in the East, and he should talk about the issues in the East. Absolutely. Make we go Facebook. Make we greet Facebook people as well. Only YouTube. I don't know anything they have for YouTube. YouTube people. Let us hear from you guys. Anyway, Facebook, Ezirim Uzo. He says, kudos, Gachi. Thank you, Ezirim, for being here. I appreciate you. Usman S. Titilayo, thank you for still being here. He says, Gowon is Plateau State. Obi is saying those things happening in other regions to oppose the FG. Yeah, I accept that, right? I accept that he's doing the opposition work. But what about the one where they happen? I don't do the what about it too, Happy? What about the one where they happen outside? The what about is him, don't touch me. What about that one where they happen outside? Let him talk about it too, Anyway, we have Peter Obi won before. Man have never won an election before. I think he won the Anambra election the second term. There was an election the second term, But anyway, yeah, all right. Coach Sammy say, why did you block Mr. Peace Preacher? Mr. Peace Preacher is next. Coach Sammy. We're going to talk to him. I believe you want to hear what he has to say. We are going to talk about that in 3, 2, 1. Go. All right, Mr. Peace Preacher, thank you for being here. And by the way, let's keep liking, and hopefully we can get more people here to join the conversation. On Facebook, let's keep liking, sharing. On TikTok, let's keep liking and sharing. Hopefully we can get more people here to join the conversation. All right, let's see. Mr. Peace Preacher. Oh, Mr. Peace Preacher left. I guess he had to run some errands. All right, we'll go to Legacy TV Nigeria. Legacy TV Nigeria, thank you for being here. Let's hear your thoughts on this topic, please.
Oh, wonderful, Mr. Kachi. Thanks for hosting this. It's my first time in joining. I was the guy Spencer on Facebook who.
Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining.
You redirected me. The topic's quite interesting, I must say. It's Soludo the Bravest Igbo leader right now, and I must say, from all reckoning, initially I wasn't too happy with Governor Soludo.
Me too. Yeah. When he been they attack Peter Obi that last time, the thing been they vex me. I said, what did Peter Obi do you now? Leave Peter Obi now.
But in my case, it wasn't about Peter Obi.
Oh, okay.
In my case, because I believe he was absolutely correct in what he wrote. That's my opinion.
Okay,
right?
Fair enough.
But I wasn't happy with him because I was a victim of nappy. I don't know if the same words are accepted. Right, I've told my story a few times, and that was immediately after Governor Obiano left power. I'm from Anambra State, and I was.
Do you mind sharing your story, maybe just briefly?
Yeah, lightly. Well, it's people who know me know the story. I'm from Ogidi, basically, and then I went back. I was there for a while after my mom's burial, and then suddenly I just went out for an evening, coming back, and these guys blocked me in front of our house.
Which guys?
Well, on these kidnappers. Well, I
Yeah.
don't want to say the word, but
Yeah.
yeah. So but I wouldn't say who they were. But obviously, the insecurity obviously leads back to the same people who suddenly run amok in our state.
Yep.
And then they just picked me up, took me away. They didn't mention anything, but they took me for hours and hours. It's a long story anyway. I have the video somewhere. I don't want to. It's a long, very, very long story. I don't want to bore.
I'm glad you
But
survived,
eventually,
man. I'm glad you
yeah,
survived.
eventually I was released and everything. So initially, I was thinking Obiano just left. Everything was safe. I was driving around Anambra State. Then I could drive from Ogidi, drive to Oka, drive to anywhere. Nothing. Anambra is really interconnected when it comes to road network.
Yeah.
So I was really enjoying it until that happened to me. And then that happened after Soludo came in. And it was a bit of a lip service. And I saw him at the time going up to meet Mazen Namdekane in prison, blah, blah, blah. I was really angry, furious. How could you? And then subsequently, one of the State House of Assembly members, his one that represents his local government, was, beheaded and all that. So I was really unhappy at the time. But subsequently, and that's why I say bravery. Bravery is to do with facing your adversary of adversity, even when it's the most uncomfortable, right? I must say, Soludo hid behind. Obviously, he didn't want to lose. Like that, the other guy said earlier. Why would Peter Obi not come out to now, oust these criminals who we know? And by the way, he did that when he was the governor. There was an issue of the Zoo River people young men floating on the Zoo River. That
Of
was
course,
allegedly Peter Obi. Yeah, yes. Well, there's accused, but the governor was the one who ordered that, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Right? So,
Allegedly.
yes, allegedly. So at the time, he was the governor, and he dealt with that. He knew what to do when he was the governor. But obviously, now he wants to become the president, and he knows where his support base is. I've not seen any atom of bravery from Peter B. I'm sorry. All I can see is cowardice. All I can see is a hypocrite, one who leaves what's happening in his backyard and runs across to other places to go and cry and give them money and all of that. But what's going on? You can see what Ijele is doing. Ijele has been showing what's happening. I haven't seen him come out one day to speak up and say, "Stop, people." None of them have done it. I must say, all of that. And you know why? Let me tell you why it is. They're all afraid of the consequences of coming out. You understand? You can see Governor Hope had his house burnt.
Burned down, yeah.
I hope you know.
Yeah.
Joey Bokwe had his house burnt.
Burnt, yeah.
Many of them, even my friend.
True Obiozo, I think. True Obiozo's house was also burnt. And the FRSC, I think, building also was also burnt.
Yeah, the honorable member representing also those places you see, his house was burned. Honorable Khaled Chief Omogo, as my friend, his house was burned down too, right? So they know what they are all avoiding. All these Igwes that were massacred and all that. So it became like a case of you see why you shut up, keep quiet, because what they were threatening you with is only if you don't want to do it, just leave us. Don't say nothing about us. If you're not interested, that's what they're threatening you with, yeah. So that's why people like him, who are called a coward. These are the Igbo cowards we have, right? They refuse to speak up. Now, Soludo haven't made attempts to look, and don't forget, for me, his bravery on many measures. When it comes to infrastructure, he's a brave man. The kind of things he's doing in Anambra State, taking on things and taking on projects that have never been done before. Even I enjoyed. Have you been to the Oka Fun Fair? Have you been there?
No, I actually went to school in Oka, Unizik. Okay. Yeah, but I don't think it was there when. I don't think this place was there when I went there.
No, he built it from scratch. Yeah. I went there. I went out on a day out with my girlfriend. Really lovely. It was something to do with kids enjoying it. There's a lot more things going on, right? But that's on the one side. But when it comes to this issue of insecurity, right? He has come out to say, look, we've tried to give them the carrot. They're not taking it. Now it's time for the what? Time to come out with all guns blazing, and we have to do what we need to do. And that's why we're calling on him right now to extend his bravery to support Ijele in what Ijele is doing.
Yeah.
And all those men going out there. Bring out troops. These boys are going to run out from where they are. They're going to run into Anambra State now. Yeah. That's what they're going to do. From Anambra, they're going to come into town now. Somebody was saying it earlier that they might even join. If he gets soon, they'll be coming with bicycles and apple and ugu, tying it on their bicycles to escape the what's coming for them. Because now these soldiers are after them. So what we're saying is the bravery is clear. Soludo right now, no other Igbo governor has come out to stand up and say, look, let's call a spade a spade. They sit at home. And that's why my good old friend, God bless his soul, Honorable Ifeanyi, before he died, this is one of the
he was
brave people
attacked
we had
too.
in Igbo land.
Giddy. You mentioned Giddy.
Nearly killed.
Yeah,
Yes.
nearly killed.
So
and
when you speak
man,
up,
rest the
you're
souls
attacked.
of his security people that lost their soul, their
And
lives
they lost
that
their
day.
lives.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So these are the brave people we have in it. And when you come out to speak, you will be attacked. And that's the truth. So those who are preserving themselves, we know why. On the one hand, Peter doesn't want to lose his support base because let's be honest, these are his most Igbo people. Most, I'm not saying all, majority support this thing going on. That's the truth. And that's why it's going on. They do. And that's why Peter doesn't want to lose his Igbo support base. He's not afraid of losing them. That's what he believes. That's on the one hand. But he doesn't know that that's the worst thing. And in my reckoning, I'm telling you, it's unlikely that Peter Obi would ever be the president of Nigeria.
Very unlikely. Very unlikely.
Given his proven antecedents of not coming out to debunk what is the biggest flaw you're going to have.
Yep.
Why would the North, a Northerner, vote you in if he thinks that you could one day divide Nigeria?
Yeah.
It's impossible. They would never vote you. Or you were thinking, Peter Obi go there and now create Biafra. Why would I vote him? No. That's the easiest thing to debunk.
Easiest.
If I'm on the opposition, the easiest way to debunk it to you is, don't vote this man that will give us Biafra. It's all over for you. End of story. So why don't you come out and speak up?
Speak up.
If he was going to run for, maybe he wants to be a minister, it's different. You want to run, become the president of Nigeria, you can't speak up on the biggest existential threat. The biggest threat Nigeria is facing right now is insecurity. You can't speak up against it in your own place. So how do you want to be the president?
Yep.
It's not going to happen. And I see all these people running around. Peter. These are people just jokers. People are just deluding themselves. It's not going to happen. We have an unwritten handshake. It's a given. Power comes to the south for 8 years. It goes back up to the north for another 8 years. And that's what's going to happen. Let me tell you the truth. People are deluding themselves. You see all the city boy movement and all that. You think it's a joke. People think it's a joke. When money comes out, this is Nigerian politics. I know how I want it to be. And I know how it is in Nigeria. How I want it to be is perhaps someone like Peter Obi comes, wins the election, blah, blah. But it's not like that. This is Nigeria for Christ's sake, right? In Nigeria, it's about money politics. People can say what they want, but when the time comes, money comes out. When the money comes out, people will do, catch you. I don't know how you behave if I give you $1 million now. How would you behave? You know some of the things you're saying. I don't know. I don't know how I behave.
You know how they laugh.
I don't know,
Hey, listen, man. That's life-changing money. It's different from, say, you give me $10,000, right? $10,000, I might tell you, what is this one going to do for me, With $20,000, I'll say, what is he going to do for me, to just sell my, what I believe in for $20,000. But $1 million is life-changing money, so it's a whole different conversation. So, I hear you.
Yeah, so if you're seeing someone who's the INEC chairman and certain monies are presented to him, and this is Nigeria, my brother, this is the joke. Then now you're talking about the North. The North want power to come back. I'm going to come back to the brave topic again. But let me digress for a little, just one. The North want power to come back to them, right? So all you're saying in this ADC thing, whether you like it or not, is just so for the Northern strong, because that's when there's going to be real opposition then. It's not now. Tinubu is held onto power. He's not leaving. He's not going to relinquish it unless God takes him away, right? For now, he's holding on to it. But in 2031, that's when the real power shift and the real tussle will happen, because that's when power is going to the North. The non-Southerner would never win it then, because the North will say, oh yeah, now I can't be that, so we're taking it up. Wherever it goes in the Northwest, Northeast, that's none of our business now. The same as now it's in the South. Now it's in the South. They rather rely on Tinubu to hand over power to them. Like, they can trust him, as opposed to now giving Peter Obi say, I'm going to be there for only 4 years. I only need 4 years. No, 4 years can never be enough to do anything in Nigeria. And he's lying to himself, and he knows it.
And see how easy it is for him to say, I'll do it for only 4 years. But to come out that same way, you don't shout 4 years, 4 years. You cannot debunk IPOB. You cannot denounce IPOB. Yeah? See how easy it is for him to say 4 years. Yep.
It's easy to say 4 years, and he thinks people are going to believe if he says, we want him to open up. His obedience needs to start telling him the truth. Speak up about it. He needs to debunk it. Say, look, These people have been a problem to our place. Tweet, even if you don't want to say tweet on
Tweet
it.
it. Yep.
Some things Donald Trump would not want to speak. He will tweet it. He hide behind the Twitter. Tweet it and was X. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is basically back to it. When it comes to Igbo land right now, apart from in the old days when we grew up, we felt that Ojukwu was one of the bravest Igbo because of his military background and what happened with war and all that. That was the brave Igbo leaders we had.
I don't know, man. That can also be that bravery. Doing it was brave, but the end he wasn't brave because he ran away.
He wasn't brave.
That's not bravery.
Exactly. That's not bravery. And then I'm just trying to maybe point out some of our previous leaders. Then Zeke Nnamdi Azikiwe was seen as a leader, but some people call him a sabo.
Sellout,
they call him a sellout because he was telling them the truth.
Truth, yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
And then in recent times, we could say somebody like I don't when it comes to bravery now, maybe in terms of having your people at heart, people always say Mbakwe, for instance, right? But apart from these people I've mentioned, in recent times we don't have any leader that I would say that can match up with what I'm seeing Soludo doing right now. Yes, some people might say it's because he has an ambition to become to go run for vice presidency or whatever, or become a minister, whatever it is. But at least
he's doing it. At least he's doing it.
And he's doing the right thing.
At least whether he's right or right can be subjective, but he's doing it.
He's taking the right steps, and you can't take away from him.
It does count.
He didn't come out to mention. He didn't come out to say Nnamdi Kanu this and that. Maybe
what did he do? What did he even do?
No. But what I'm saying is maybe some people are saying that he's harder on Simon Ekpa than he is on Nnamdi Kanu.
True.
You understand?
True.
Which is a fact. However, I can see he's being smart there, because now he has to play a bit of politics as well, because he needs to carry. You can't just come out with a whip and whip it. If you see the way he's been making the reorientation he's been trying to do, making speeches, telling people when he comes, he runs jokes, he goes that. He's trying to get the people to understand that this is the way things have to. He's been an exemplary leader. So all I'm saying is, please, our people, our IPO obedience that are around, please, let us wake up to the reality of today and the reality of now.
Absolutely.
And the reality of now is that.
Mr. Legacy TV, if you want to round up so that we can move forward, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm closing now. We Igbos need to come to the mainstream politics in Nigeria, right? And when we start coming to those kind of arenas, that's when we will now see more people will be emboldened to take acts of bravery and become brave to face things that challenges us in our region.
Absolutely.
So this is what I'm saying. So Soludo is facing challenges in our region, and this is what I expect from most of the governors in the Southeast. I'll take a bow and I'll stand by. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Legacy TV. And if you want to stand by, like you said, that's okay. But we'll just keep going with the guest list here. But thank you so much for sharing your experience with the unknown government, IPOBS, and miscreants. And I'm glad you're still alive to tell the story, because not a lot of people, survived to tell the story. And that's what Mr. Soludo was also talking about there. You give them money, then go stick by you. Which kind of agitation be that? I go play that video again just for posterity. For posterity, I go play them again.
Ụmụaka ndị Igbo bara ime ọfịa chọpụta na kidnapping na na-ekpata ego na ya werezi emere biznes. Onye nya ahụ ka na onye tara ọba ime ọfịa so ya na-eme liberation na-ewetara ụlọ Biafra. Ọ bụ so buru mmadụ wetara ya ego, ewetara ego bepie isi etu a bụ Biafra na-ekwu maka ya. So alụ baa ebe niile.
Yep, Alome n'ala Igbo. Well, yeah, that's the basis of our conversation today. Who's braver than Soludo at this point? No other Igbo leader don't talk him. Don't come out like this talker. Whether na English or for Igbo, no other person don't do him. So shout out to Soludo on that one anyway. Make we greet people where they for chat here. Igwe Abuchi, I see you, Jerry, in Facebook or on Facebook. I greet you. Thank you for being here. And to my TikTok people, I appreciate you guys for still being here. Squash OK. Thank you for being here. Ama, thank you for being here. Otis, Bam Bam, Ome, Bam Bam, thank you for being here. Ele Brown, Winsome, thank you for still being here. Biggie 2T, Ark, TX Xavier, thank you for coming back to the Beer Parlor podcast. Make a clap hand for TX Xavier. He's a regular on our show. I appreciate you, my brother, for being here. Harry Niger, thank you for being here. Express Mo, Mr. O, Big Birdie Inca, another person I go clap hand for. Thank you for being here, my brother, Big Birdie Inca. Thank you for being here. Funke Adio, Funke Adio, John Ops, Emmanuel, Joy, Ultra T, HB. Thank you all for being here. And we have a show. Let's keep liking. Hopefully, we can get more people here to join the show. All right, Mr. Goswill, let's hear your thoughts on this topic.
Hello, everyone.
Yes.
I wanted to ask a question from the other guy that spoke, but I think he's gone now. For me, if you want to become a leader, you have to be brave. You know, Peter Obi contesting for president is the highest, is looking for the highest position among the elites in the East. And he has to come out to say, this is the way we want to go to sort this problem. People are being maimed, killed, and everything like that. Sorry to use the word. But you have to come out. By Soludo coming out now, he's taking position. Now, when it comes to election, they listen to him more than somebody who is behaving like a coward. Because these people are losing their money like every Monday. Now the markets are being opened. They are making money. Look at the cost of...
He's forcing them to make money. Can you believe this? He's forcing these people to make money.
Yes. So who do you think they will listen to now?
Yep.
So because this, I will say something. I'm first a Yoruba man before becoming a Nigerian.
Yep. I hear for your accent, but today we are not strictly Nigerian. If otherwise, I for the accent, everybody. I catch accents well. I catch accents well. But go ahead.
And so now you sort your problem for others in the north, west to even listen to you. Say this man is going to sort us in the north. All this insecurity gone, he will sort it when he becomes president. By now, not facing what is happening in his own backyard is a big problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Goswill. And I think most Igbo people agree with that sentiment. The thing will happen for your backyard, you don't want to face them, but you won't go solve the one will happen for north. It's a big problem. How will you solve the IPOB problem? How will you solve the IPOB problem if you cannot even address it as a problem? If you can't even address it as a problem. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Goswill, and thank you for making it brief. Appreciate you. All right, Mr. Patoski. Mr. Patoski, don't they shout for me for chat since. Well, I want to talk. Mr. Patoski, I don't know, man. Thank you for coming to the Beer Palo podcast. But we do them turn by turn. We need to like chaotic sessions here. Even though that Beer Palo podcast, we call them Beer Palo show. We call them, but we still try to make it civil so that the show will be enjoyable for everybody where they here. But I appreciate you joining, and I appreciate your patience. All right, let's hear your thoughts on the topic.
Yeah, thank you. We have to keep it lively as well.
Lively can be, subjective. What's lively for you might not be lively for another person. A lot of people appreciate it being calm, one person talk and share the thought instead of a rowdy house where everybody is just talking at the same time. And me too, I have a show to run here. I don't want a rowdy session. I want to make it the way I like it, the way I prefer it. But thank you for joining and thanks for sharing that thought.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm going to speak on the topic. Is Soludo the bravest Igbo right now? The answer is absolutely not.
Okay.
In my opinion, he's just about one of the worst leaders that you can ever ask of. The reason before this guy was, for him to make a turn now, for me, that's not leadership. Okay, because at some point he was supporting these guys. So I'm yet to jump on this bandwagon that suddenly he's a brave man, he's taking action, or blah blah blah, all that stuff. This was a man that promised he was going to turn Anambra into Dubai. I am yet to see that Dubai.
Fair enough.
He's a disgrace of
before we go there, you say you're yet to jump on the bandwagon because he was supporting this IPOBs. I don't know if support is a very Support means that he was actively like an IPOB member or maybe tweeting or talking about it. I like IPOB. I love them. I love what they're doing. That can be support, right? So I don't think he's ever been.
You can.
I don't think he's ever been that vocal about, his support and love for the IPOB. But I think
At some point, at the beginning, he was supporting Nnamdi Kanu, who was the leader.
No, and that's where I was heading to. I know he has gone to visit Nnamdi Kanu, which can be seen as support, right? But maybe, just like Mr. Savi said, he was trying to find a diplomatic solution, right? By visiting him and trying to tone this thing down. But since they no one agree, him don't turn around that support to tell and say, you see, as soon as no one agree, we'll go change him for now. And, that's bravery too. We can commend that, right? We can commend that. I don't know how you see it, but I think it's commendable.
Yeah, I don't see it as bravery because I need to know his intention as well. Because
regardless of what his intentions are, regardless of what his intentions are, if the idea or his new stance is in a positive light, why do we care about his intentions? Why should we worry about his intentions?
Because a politician will always do what is expedient. Yeah, I'm gonna care about your intention. I'm gonna care about Omokri, who called. I'm giving you an example. Who called the president a drug baron and said, "Take me to jail," and now he's working for him. So yeah, our politicians are renowned for doing what is expedient. That's what I'm saying. So let's park that one side. There was something I heard about the whataboutism. The truth of the matter is that's the reality of the country where we come from, right? I was listening to Arise Television where they said 2 billion was paid to Boko Haram. 2 billion. Nigeria paid 2 billion to Boko Haram. I live in the United States. For me, selective justice is not justice.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that one. But one second, Mr. Patoski, please. I would interject here and there. Let's not talk over ourselves, all right? But I agree with you that selective justice is not justice. I agree with you. So are you the 2 billion now you're emphasizing? And again, make I just one. I beg, leave US politics. I beg. TikTok no they too like them. Let's forget about US politics for now. But the 2 billion naira you are mentioning, are you saying they should pay Nnamdi Kanu 2 billion? If they give him 2 billion naira, would that make you happy? Why did you bring that up? What's the point you're trying to make?
Obviously, you know what I'm saying, right? You're very smart.
I don't know. That's if I know, I have to ask my brother. If I know, I have to ask. Are you saying they should give him 2 billion naira?
Clearly not, right? What I'm saying to you is when two people commit the same crime, or similar crime. One, you are giving them money to pat them on the back. And the other one is when the sledgehammer of your justice comes out. That, my brother, is not justice. You can never build a country. You can never build a country like that.
It's not necessarily the same. It's not necessarily the same. I know you said the same and then you use similar kind of.
They're terrorists. They're white people. That's the similarity.
Hear me out, my brother. Yeah, I hear you, but terrorism get different.
You see now you're defining it differently.
Hear me out, my brother. I hear you say 2 of them are terrorists. I hear you on that. However, this one own separatism. This one they try break the country into 2. That one is terrorism and treason. That one not 2. At least it's not just the terrorism now. Now treason can't join on top. It's 2. So Boko Haram. I never hear any day when they say
the one that.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The one that was also by the Boko Haram by its nature. When you put a flag and you're taxing members of the same country, right? I don't care. We can dance around the semanticism, separatism, banditry, terrorism. That's not what I'm here to do.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, they are buying people for whatever that is behind their ideology.
All right.
One, you're paying money. The other one, the sledgehammer. That's when you now realize, oh, wow, I have a law now. I have a constitution now.
All right.
Let me
take us back.
Have a problem with it.
Let me. I also have a problem. I've made a monologue and I talked about it. The same exact words you use. Selective justice is not justice. I 100% agree with you on that one. But what I'm trying to say here is, are you Igbo, first of all? Are you Igbo, Mr. Patoski?
I am a Nigerian.
All right. Now here with me and people they
I
get
like to
most.
keep it that way.
All right. Fair enough. I hear you, but you don't come my show. I'm asking.
I don't like to play I don't like to play regionalism. I'm a Nigerian.
I hear you. I hear you, my
how I
brother.
want
All right. For the sake of having this conversation, make people know say, you're being through this. All right. No problem. But me being an Igbo man, right? I really could care less what. Let me rephrase that. Boko Haram is a menace in Nigeria, right? IPOB affects me personally. Boko Haram doesn't affect me like directly. You see what I'm saying, right? IPOB impacts me directly. So whatever the Nigerian government feels is the best solution for Boko Haram, good for them, right? What Nigerian government feels, what me I think is good for my own region, the Southeast, I like as Nnamdi Kanu for prison. That's selective justice. He good for me as in select and put him for prison. He good for me like that. As an Igbo man. You say you be Nigerian. Good for you being Nigerian. Me being an Igbo man. 1 second, Mr. Patoski. Me being an Igbo man, a Nigerian and then an Igbo man, I like as that man did for prison so that the chaos where they happen for Ali Igbo go reduce. And shout out to Ijele again for doing what he's doing there, cutting down on this chaos, this menace, squeezing them even further. I like it. I like that one. I don't want them to give Nnamdi Kanu 2 billion naira. I don't want them if they give Nnamdi. 1 second, Mr. Patoski, you talk. Let me vent, right? I don't want them to give Nnamdi Kanu. If they give Nnamdi Kanu 2 billion naira, it's going to be a slap on people like Mr. Christopher. I don't know if he's still here. Mr. Christopher, who have actual victims that have lost their lives from this nonsense where Nnamdi Kanu bring. It will be a slap on people like Legacy TV, who was impacted personally by this nonsense. It will be a slap on the kids of Dora Akunyili and Professor Akunyili. It will be a slap on their face that these people buy my papa, the government carry 2 billion naira, go give Nnamdi Kanu. It will be a slap on the face of Igbo people. Igbo people. You say you be Nigerian. They don't give your people 2 billion naira. Enjoy your 2 billion naira now. Me, I'm telling you that most Igbo people want Nnamdi Kanu to be where he is. Why do you have a problem with that, Mr. Patoski, being a Nigerian? Why do you have a problem with that?
Okay. So let me just, in the interest of clarity, I just used the fact that these people are negotiating. I'm not saying Nnamdi Kanu should be given 2 billion. I'm just making the point of selective justice. Two people committed the same crime or similar crime, however you want to slice and dice it. You're paying one money and you're sending the other one in prison.
And if I say what I say, and your end response is still, I'm just saying selective justice. We are still going round and round. I can again repeat everything that I've said, and you come back again and say selective justice. I'll say again, you come back, so it circles. So what is the way forward,
We're here to air our opinion, right?
Absolutely.
So let me address the other things. That's my position on Nnamdi Kanu's case.
1 second. We're not talking about Nnamdi Kanu's case. Now, Soludo case, we talk. But what is your solution in this selective? What is your solution? Because you've said they shouldn't give him 2 billion. So what is your solution here?
My solution is Nigeria as a country is not ready to allow rule of law to metastasize equally. The day they are, it's like a family where you have a family, you have 3 children, and you treat one differently, you treat the other ones. The day Nigeria is serious about applying rule of law, and they're willing to do the same thing to you and to me, we will move forward as a country. Until that time, we just play.
All right.
So let me talk about...
1 second. It's not using Nigeria as a family with 3 children and treating it's like trivializing the idea of Nigeria as a country. Nigeria not be family. Nigeria as a country is bigger than a family. Family is like a subset.
It's an analogy.
I hear you, but that analogy it's too simplified. It is too simplified. Family is a subset inside the country. I know that your analogy.
To understand the
But hear me out, my brother. Then they don't buy Shakaru, Abina Shekau. They don't buy that man. They don't even give him justice. They don't buy that guy. They buy him, buying clone. Then buying clone. So that's selective justice that you're talking about. It's not necessarily, if you want to go technical inside it, 2 days there. They don't buy Shekau, buy in clone, buy the clone of in clone, buy, so what are we saying, man? What are we saying?
So who are they giving all this money that they're negotiating?
I don't know. We'll have to invite the.
Well, we need to find out as Nigerians.
Absolutely. But let's go back to the topic, my brother. Soludo being the bravest leader.
Yeah, like I said, I've given you my stance on him. I don't trust that guy as a governor. For me, he's a disgrace of professor. I have been blessed to see people who have professorial degree. That guy is a disgrace to that profession.
I don't agree. This man, even though I've been vexed with him because I've expressed this a few times now. With that, when he attacked P2B, I've been the para for him. But now I'm seeing him in a different light, obviously. But this man, we should give him his credit. Now, because of banks for Nigeria, I know they close again, like then they closed before. So we have to give that to him. This guy is a smart guy. And he didn't invent that wheel, but at least he was smart enough to bring it inside Nigeria and implement it inside CBN. But Mr. Patoski, if you want to give us your final thoughts on this topic so that we can move forward.
Yeah, so another thing I wanted to address is the idea that P2B has not, I couldn't believe what I was hearing, that P2B has not condemned IPOB and the buying in the Southeast. That is obviously
he hasn't categorically condemned IPOB.
In July of 2023, the tweet is still there for anybody who cares about facts.
Tell us about it, and I can pull it up and share it on my screen here. Tell us about the tweet. Tell us about the tweet.
He said the buying in the Southeast related to IPOB.
Okay.
I can't put the exact, let me see if I can. It said what is going on in the Southeast is essentially a criminal activity that must be nipped in the bud sorry, this is fluctuating here.
No problem. Take your time, because we all want to learn, right? Me, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I've been lying on P2B's head, I would like to say, okay, this or you, and start saying things. We learn every day, right? So that's what I would like to see. And I think most people here would also want to see that he has condemned IPOB. I think most people want to see that. But if you can tell us when.
Okay, so let me pull that again. What is going on in the Southeast is essentially a criminal activity that must be nipped in the bud, with all hands being on deck, security agencies and the people alike. Mr. P2B tweeted on Thursday via his Twitter handle.
All right.
Okay.
Anyway,
so
we can.
Where you mention IPOB inside that?
Yeah, that's the categorically. I make you need to speak that English. Categorically, condemn IPOB, and that's what me I look for too. I'm looking at it on my screen here. But anyway, Mr. Patoski, if you want to hang in here and look for that tweet, if you can share it with me, and then I'll hopefully be able to.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, let us keep running the show so we don't just have a silent, show with the run here.
I'm gonna find.
Yeah, go ahead and look for it and then share it with me.
I was.
No problem. Go ahead, look for the tweet.
The exact thing and.
No problem, my brother.
No,
just go ahead, look for it, share it with me, and I'll
by...
display it. Is that fair? Go ahead, look for it, and share with me, and I'll display it. Is that fair? So that we can move the show forward. All right. Thank you, Mr. Patoski. I'll mute you now.
I will...
Yeah, I'll mute you now so that we know we'll continue the All right. Choma, welcome to the show. Jared Choma is another co-host, so when I go bear with me, we'll go skip the line again. All right. Let's...
Why me? Like, what is this guy saying? Like, are you normal? So I'm gonna keep my team brief. So 3 things. I'm gonna tackle the first one. Is Soludo the bravest Igbo leader right now? Probably not. And I am. I'm a fan of what he's currently doing. I wouldn't say he is the bravest, right? But in terms when you're comparing him to how the other Igbo leaders have taken firm steps towards actually doing something, right? If you remember vividly a couple of months ago, it get time where one shift the goalpost small and we tackle them. You know, we tackle them small. Say you cannot make Simon Ekpa the scapegoat when the very reason why Simon Ekpa exists is because of the order of autopilot and command control that he learned from his leader. And I think he listened to reason. So one of the things that blows my mind is the irony in all of this. Most of the Igbo politicians that will eventually have national appeal are the ones that a lot of Igbo people dislike. And I find it fascinating. And it usually can tell me two things, because it is my job to kind of sort of read where people are going with certain things. What it tells me is that grievance politics, especially the one that has been informed with the Biafra agitation, has put people in this kind of sort of limbo where they know they get their self when they want to sort of think objectively, not just about Igbo political viability within Nigeria, but the way that we relate to everybody else. Okay, now we set that aside, so we need to sort of clarify certain things. I hate, in fact, I detest when non-Igbo identifying people, because I don't know what the big deal would be. You are already nameless and faceless on an app. You know, people identify where you come from. My name is Chioma. I'm really sorry. I go to from Umagara on in Mbise. Like waiting they all call where you know if you say where you did. You can't get opinion on something. Where like what can it big deal? This is how you guys absorb yourself of the collective responsibility and accountability when the shit goes shell. Okay. So first of all, I already have my reservations based on that. Now, people always make this thing where they say the North is negotiating. The Pepe is negotiating. And you asked them a very good question. So do you want a replication of that? For those who don't remember, in 2019, they're now infamous because I know they quote waiting, they no talk. Okay? You get screened, so you feel pull them up. In 2019, there was a famous tweet now by Kano when he said, after all of our conditions have been sealed, signed, and delivered, kiniko, that they should now go and vote. This was 2 days before the elections. Who you think said did that meeting? Shebi, because I just don't calm down. I'm Chiariala in this new year. You people want to take me back to Egypt.
Yeah,
okay?
Choma, you know, that is the negative of you having a face on social media like this, right? When you make these kind of claims, I'm cutting you short so that you don't go call anybody name. That's why I stepped in. Make you know you can make assumptions, but may will not call anybody name. You see what I'm saying, right?
You won't hold my neck. I know. I go just put them like this, right? The reason why a lot of the politicians who are not calling the state by its name, they call her a hoe, they call her a shovel, they call her cutlass and machete and all that shit. Like anybody got time for that? Why? Because those things have consequences. When you are pacifist on things you need to stand firm on, it has consequences. Almost if Kano was just moving mad and just scamming people, I go feel just look one side. The consequences of all of this sort of pandering and pacifying and saying we go handle insecurity, but we're not good, and you're not calling their name. That is why we get ourselves in a situation where people like Jele they also. Is Jele supposed they're inside Osu today? No. It is because the leaders themselves who should call this thing by what it was. There was even a time that, thank you. There was even a time that Soludo, hold on guys. There was even a time that Soludo wanted to do this swing where you know they put talk him. What he can do as they elect him, in go run, go they shake hand with Kano, and Kano's boys rewarded him with insecurity inside his state, and he collected 10 sharp. I tell and say, make you know they do Solu peace, Soludo, Solu war with these motherfuckers. Like nobody got time for this shit. And now 6 years later, we are dealing with stuff that if you had firm leadership, and I find it ironic because people like Peter Obi, where they do all this Milo behavior, where they annoy me now. In 2006, the same Peter Obi used force, issue fire on sites for my sub, carry their body, dump inside the Zoo River as warning. When they come gaslight us in a generation where we get internet, we they see when these people go smoke mkpụrụ finish, because they buy our people. You can't tell me say, because in the north, you know,
Joma, you know, say, I know he was governor then, right? But I don't know that he has taken account for that too. I know that he been there in charge then. You see what I'm saying?
hold on. Again.
Joma, you're putting me against the wall here.
So here's the thing, Let me tell you something.
Allegedly.
No. Most of these people know me by first name basis, so I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Okay? Let me tell you something. The reason why we don't they lie to ourselves, we say our people date this generation now where we say when other things they happen for other places. Because even Obi himself and some of our leaders they do them. When something gonna happen for Lagos now, Obi go to also, he go there. Why? Because in business they Lagos. In business no they Newi. You know they also. Because if he's importing business, they also where they make all those billions from. He go remember say he get person where they do something, where they cost something, where they do them. There's no other group that came in and the insecurity in the Southeast increased. So even if say you don't want to admit them, it means say by you going the extra mile of saying IPOB is innocent, you don't know what thing they do. I'm sorry. I don't remove the gag from my mouth. I know they put respect. They say I'm with all due disrespect. Because if you call the gaslight me, say me where's us, where use a koroko, I see person where buy another person, roasting head, use a cook a gusti soup, they chop the hand. Because they tell me say they are my neighbors, they are innocent. Man, fuck that shit. I don't care about all of these things where they say allegedly. I don't mean allegedly. I say it happened. And the person will come on this stage because they tell us, say, you talk one time where we say, all of a sudden now your connection don't they choke. Yeah, but doggy make you not breathe. Because you they lie to yourself. I cannot support a candidate where be Igbo like me. Where me and us feet go outside.
We came here to be civil hosts.
Mr. Patoski, please. You see this one way they do now, the one way no they civil, at least for my show, please.
I'm not,
please.
I am not civil. When it comes to bingos and their apologies, you should know.
I did not insult anybody.
I don't give a fuck about your feelings. I don't give a fuck about Obi's feelings. I do not give a fuck about my own feelings, okay? Because at the end of the day, now this same, you respect my feelings, you respect my opinion. Actually, make you something. We just let Oko people take control of our land. You and me, Kachi, every Igbo person where they this room, waiting suppose they offend you, be say, how can you, when they claim smartest group, smartest tribe, you go they look, you know waiting they occur. You know say India name Hana Biafra. This thing they even embarrass me. And when they speak Igbo because they shame me. Even like these people name in the name of Biafra, you can't they lie to yourself, say, I am in the name here. They go innocent. I work on my neighbor, making go also go see what neighbors they do. And as me now, if I claim say somebody be my neighbor, it means say I go to see when my neighbor go buy car, he go bring water, he go they do something. So as your neighbor, you know put eye for ground, see say they don't enter here like where be place where be your part of your state. Okay, forget you don't want go also. Say also be Imo state. But what about here?
Yeah.
Right? And even if Obi say, they don't agree and make it enter, Obi does not need to. Obi is a billionaire. Obi was a former governor. Obi doesn't even need to enter. What about his aides? This is that thing where we say leadership is always about who you carry along. Obi doesn't even have a strategy team. He doesn't have all these obedience where they gaslight themselves. They think, say, Obi doesn't carry people because you cannot tell me where agents, you get people where you go say, go and investigate. Imagine if somebody like Obi, where they say he's an alternative solution to waiting with they cry about, go say, you know what? I don't bring my own team out. Make them go investigate on the low. Maybe they don't go do you they tell me say somebody like Obi that had the mechanisms and the modalities to govern that place for 8 years. No go know how you go fit sending people undercover. Make them find out who they do. Okay, now the person where they now govern the state, can't they tell you say in the name of Biafra agitation? You can't they still say you don't know. So that's deliberate ignorance.
Okay, this is not, oh, I'm out of me here, man. My hair, man. But you want to pacify a group that is not a useful block. That in 2019, after settling Kano and he lifted the boycott, you still lose for the election. PDP no win. They say make I no mention name, but I go mention A, and I go mention O, and I go mention the other O. Okay, all right. And all those people where they jump over themselves, make them give them the right, make them give them money. Ekwere mmadụ. I say I no go mention it. Ekwere mmadụ we give am money when he come in house. When they do what is iriji, they beat shege comot in body. That is what happens when you negotiate with terrorists. And this is why I do not like this sort of mental gymnastics we want to do about negotiate. So you're saying we should continue to negotiate with the people who know they see us as human beings. People where they say because they term you saboteur, say they go burn you. You where they speak like them. You will resemble them. You will get the same religion as them. So why should I then care about Boko Haram and how Boko Haram wants to? What about what Boko Haram is doing in the north do you want to replicate? Which part of it? So this justice that people talk about, justice needs to be equal. Justice, why is it only when you are comparing it to something so extreme? I am so happy that IPOB did not get to a level of that range, and I'm glad for that. Imagine if these people had national capacity where other countries go, they fear them enough. It's just because the Southeast is landlocked. You don't get anything where the Southeast where the West need. Nigeria is the bigger play. So when Boko Haram is disrupting the activities of Nigeria, it is consequential because it affects all those smaller countries where they're our side. Because if we are stable, we can assure them stability when they want to come, if they want to go to like the border of any country, they can go through Nigeria. So Nigeria has to stay stable enough. But that is the only question that matters for all of us to answer. Who are the victims of these people, Igbo people? And I'm not saying 95%, 90%, I'm saying 99%. Like any other outliers or part of that 1% are people who are either targeted or accidentally bite. If all of your victims are the very people you are claiming you want to liberate, then I'm sorry. I do not have the patience to now be explaining and giving respect to anybody when one gaslights himself, because go gaslight me, because all of us bore witness. I mean, you guys forget that if internet no exists, at least during the war, they don't get internet. Your grandpapa fit tell you say this thing happened, you go believe him. But in this day and age, we knew these things were happening in real time, and people like Obi, who is presenting himself to lead a whole country, a country that's going to be multi-ethnic. Being a pacifist is not going to help him because the people in actually pacify. Just imagine if Obi come and say, "Unu my neighbor." Do you know why Obi did not say it? Because prior to, again, let me quote you. I like to do quotables. If you go and search, put Obi and put Nnamdi, you will see one of the broadcasts where they talk about Obi. The reason why is because before they started talking about that, he always mentioned a Zoo River, saying by Maso people, he put them into a Zoo River. So Obi no one can resurrect something where we say, if we start talking about Biafra now, that don't know anything about history, go remember that. And then he go put them into friction. But that is at the detriment of the rest of the innocent civilians that have no business being caught in the crossfire. So now, like I said, I will say it with every due disrespect. And if you're offended, I don't give a fuck. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Choma. Me, I don't like trouble. I don't get power. Who am I going to be calling people names? Choma get power. Me, I don't get. I beg go. Maybe she don't even. Maybe she know this. I don't know, man. But calling people name is a little bit, especially things where I don't know for sure. I just like to stay away from those kind of things, and say at least the most I could do now, allegedly. But Choma, thank you though, and there is no incriminating thing anyway. But I just like to not call anybody's name except for things that are like very specific, right? But Mr. Patoski, I had to drop you because you won't come to interrupt the. I told you first. I don't beg everybody first. She's a co-host, just like Mr. Savvy is, and Mr. Savvy dropped. I think he had some errands to run or so, right? but she's a co-host. She comes to my show and she's a co-host. If co-hosts come, you know, go let the co-hosts they the queue. You let them speak and share their thoughts. And she's gonna be here too to share her thoughts still if she has more thoughts, you know. But before I bring you up, Mr. Patoski, I beg, just please respect the room. Let's not make it a rowdy session. That's what you were gonna do when you started interrupting and wanting to go back and forth. But I appreciate you requesting still. But if you want to come, please mute yourself. I think I found a tweet of Mr. Peter Obi. Unless you have a different one, if you want to share it with me, I can display it as well. But let me display the one I get first, so that we'll start with that one. When I display them, it will cover my face. And should not that one. Okay, let me see. Okay, it's this one here. All right. So the tweet here, it was a very long tweet. He knows the tweet, and they allow, or X, they allow people to write plenty. So it was a very long tweet. So he broke it down in sessions. But this is the most important one where he mentioned the IPOB and sit at home. So we're going to start from also. If you see here, he says, also disturbing, also, he's supposed to put comma, I be English police, I be grammar police. So he's supposed to put comma, also, disturbing is the continued disruption of business and social activities in the Southeast region over the sit-at-home directive, purported, keyword, purported, to be coming from the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, when the body has publicly denied issuing such directive. What is ongoing in the Southeast, therefore, is essentially a criminal activity that must be nipped in the bud with all hands being on deck, security agencies and people alike. So you see, this tweet now, even though he pointed it out, he was somewhat disingenuous in the way he pointed it out. He no call the spade spade. In column still they go from backyard. They try come out himself. It's not fair. Nnamdi Kanu, the person will start sit at home. We know that, and now him be the founder of IPOB. Which one is IPOB has publicly denied? Nnamdi Kanu has never denied sit at home. If Simon Ekpa has never denied sit at home. So this one a backhand kind of talk. You know, you say it from the back with the corner of your mouth. Talk am well with your full chest, like Soludo talk am with him full chest. Nobody will beat you. Now, IPOB people, they do this sit at home. It's no other person but the IPOB. And then they force people. Even when Soludo don't force them now to they go back to their shop, right? We saw with an Argento the Yahoo, one of those idiots. One of those idiots come out say, we now hereby cancel the sit at home. And it's no longer voluntary. It's no longer something in those lines. So by him saying that, he's admitting that it was voluntary in the past. And whether he says it or not, we know that these people, we are buying people who disobeyed them. Nnamdi Kanu himself said it koro with his mouth. I don't want to go and start finding all those clips. But he said it koro with his mouth. I know that some people will say, that day. He said these things, exactly how I'm saying it now. He said these things. And Nnamdi Kanu is the owner of IPOB, the business entity registered in London or the UK. So why are we trying to go play games with these things? So I don't know where else that you say Peter Obi has condemned IPOB, but me, I would like to see. And if he has condemned it before as a terrorist group, if a government say Al Qaeda is a terrorist group, why should Peter Obi be saying it's purported to be a terror? Why should you be playing those kind of games? Right? And it's the same government you want to go and serve. So when you enter that government now, you will come undo the terrorist group where the Come on now. Let's stop playing these games now. Come on now. Anyway, Chomari said, let me be say, I said, fuck anyone.
Can I
who
say
just...
something? Because you said you would bring me to give me
I said I'll bring you up, but nobody you could just bring yourself up. So please wait so that we'll talk about it. Just please give me 1 second, please, Mr. Patoski. Let's go to the chat before we get back to this topic. Let's greet the chat people because chat people, they matter. Anyway, Ifeanyi Ekemezie on Facebook, he says it's an IPOB news. I don't know what you're referring to, but thank you for being here, Ifeanyi Ekemezie from Facebook. Chukuma Okenwa says this guy talking is a bingo. Yeah, he has not told us for sure, but you know, we can sniff too, but he has not told us for sure where he stands. Anyway, it's an IPOB news. Anyway, Ifeanyi Ekemeze, thank you for being here. Let's see who else is here on Facebook. Igwe Abuchi, thank you for being here if you're still here. I appreciate you being here still. Anyway, let's go to TikTok and greet the people that are here on TikTok. Sexabase. Sexabase says, well said, Choma. All right. All right. Anselm says, you gave a thumb up. Anselm, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Choma says, if it's short for you, climb stage and turn your camera. I mean, I know first, and you see the one I ask him about where he's from. Greet talk about where he's from. They, say he's a Nigerian. It's good. At least you say you be Nigerian. I'm one year Biafra. And listen, man, Choma mentioned something about Ekweremadu, right? Listen, make I tell you something about me, right? And I believe a lot of Igbo people now. I was younger then, man. Make una forgive me. I was younger then. Listen, that Ekweremadu way you talk, that time when you go Germany, go chop that yam, when them beat them. The thing is sweet to me, I'm not gonna lie for you. Hey, man, listen, because I was, Biafra, I'm a young man, my father.
Why did it make you happy? Have you asked?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, my sister. And indoctrination by my father. That's what I'm telling you, Choma.
So the first person that was supposed to sign surety for Kano was Ekweremadu, but because Ekweremadu was higher ranking, they needed to get somebody lower. And Abaribe, it was because of Ekweremadu that Abaribe signed that surety.
Choma, so waiting I sabi kwano. I know sabi this thing where you dey talk then. I don't know anything. Eh? But go ahead, Choma. Sorry, I'm just making jokes here.
No. Because the reason why, and thank you for admitting that. The truth of the matter is anybody can be wrong, and when you're wrong, and when we're wrong, we're steered wrong. When you see say the road no there, you come out. The difference between you and the person where no say the road no they go where they go, and he stays on the bus or stays in the car or stays on the road, is that person is now a witness to the things that are happening, and they're now complicit, right? At some point, you turn. But Ekweremadu, that's why I mentioned Soludo, because if you notice, every single body that tried to pacify IPOP people, they have the same thing that happened in Imo State. I don't mention Imo State as much because Imo State gave the most amnesty to these people. Okay, in terms of more here, they had amnesty. People forget that there was a time Hope wanted to throw her a bomb, her Simba. And truly, I understood their rationale behind that. But that really is the things that people don't contextualize when they talk about these things. History matters, but it's not just the history about the war, but it's the history that is recent enough for you to understand why these players, a lot of them, been quiet. I told you about one of the people who signed surety. They lost their 300 million plus house. That house was worth 300 million plus during the time they signed the surety. Now imagine, say, you go sign surety, this person jumped bail, and now you don't lose the house. So most of those people were ashamed. They couldn't come out. But because they didn't come out, more people died. So why should we not then mention these names? We mention them so that the future generation can bear witness that they heard it. So like you, we don't know. Say, what Ekweremadu do for them, and you go they wish them bad, and they happy when they beat them. So that thing cannot repeat, because a lot of people have misinformation about who these players are. They don't know who signed surety. They don't know why those people are silent. They don't know who gave money. They don't know who helped the escape. They don't know all these things. And because they don't know, people still die. So who should now be held responsible? All of us. Because we are the only Igbo people. Nigeria no send us. You see, as Nigeria just pack and everything they happen. And for 6 years, didn't allow us to spoil our place. After now, they don't show. You see, that all still lose. So what is the point?
Yep. But yeah, Choma, I know that Choma won't come hold me now. Say, why you they laugh? Why Choma not be so? I'm trying to explain to you something. Why you they laugh? But hear me out, Choma. Are you here waiting like they try talk? I was young. And this indoctrination, so this thing they start from Pekin, so I've had this idea of Biafra. It's called indoctrination for a reason. But I don't grow old now. And I'm older now. I think for myself and stuff. And I read the comment and they laugh. Legacy TV, get within Legacy TV, right, for comment. They say, this was the exact word where we've been the talk then. Exact, word for word. Listen, it's not funny. I'm sorry, Mr. Ekure. Okay, he's even in London facing some other charges where, if he's found guilty, he deserves it. But that's by the way, but these were the exact words. What's in the chop for yam? Another person, by the way, was Okorocha. This one happened, I think, in the US, right? When he come one panel, one meeting like that, one guy. And now I'm looking back. That video still exists. Everything still exists. I'm looking back now, and that shit is like you know, I don't know if you guys remember, one guy carried Biafran flag, say, Amoye Biafra. Amoye Biafra. Okrocha was trying to say something, and the guy was saying, Amoye Biafra. Now, I'm looking at it, and it looks very ridiculous, right? But then I stood by it, I'm like, waiting carry you come here? Waiting carry you come here? You know, I was young, man. Choma, I was young. And it's not an excuse, but, you know, everybody, they develop when in develop, right? everybody go get sense. And Igbo people say, when you wake up, like your morning. Now, my morning don't reach, Choma, so I beg, pardon me. And Mr. Oye, my brother is supporting me. He say most of us we are guilty of supporting Nnamdi Kanu. Thank you, my brother. No, I don't know. Choma won't carry belt. They flog me here. You know, but you know it's just what it is. When you wake up now, your morning. Now my one morning be this, Choma. Now my morning be this. But anyway, listen, man. Mr. Patoski, I know you have something to say. Let's talk about it.
All right. So, first of all, I'm going to say sorry if you felt that I interjected. I came here on the premise that you wanted a civil conversation. I respect the diversity.
Mr. Patoski.
I just got upset because she started cursing.
Mr. Patoski, hear me out.
And that was all
Mr. Patoski, hear me out. This is my show. Understand that one first. I will run it how I want to run it. Forget what premise. Whatever premise Namigo set them. If I set the premise, I feel still move, I'm small. Because it's my show. Understand that and don't worry about any other thing. And just respect it. If you like it, you stay with chat and all that. If you don't like it, I respect it too. Not everybody likes the way I host my... Then they tell me, you need to let person talk. But that's how I want to host my show, my brother. It's my time that I'm spending here. Nobody, they pay me. Now, my time I used to sit down here for what? Almost 4 hours now. Nobody's paying me here for you to come and tell me, oh, premise, no premise. My brother, understand that.
Yeah,
then me and you go be friends, pretty much. If you understand this one, me and you will be friends. It's that simple.
I respect it. It's just when I came, you set the tone that you don't want a rowdy, you understand? And then when she came, she started cussing on people and the goalpost shifted.
Hey.
I'm fine how you want to run your show. I
Right.
just wanted to mention that was why it went the way that it went. That's
Fair
all.
enough.
I'm not here
Fair
to
enough.
control your show.
Fair
So
enough.
all I'm saying is Obi has consistently condemned violence in Nigeria. That's all I wanted to say. And the reason I brought that statement was prior to my speaking, I was listening to so many people saying he didn't. And I just wanted to point out that he has been on record. Now, you may not like the forcefulness with which he did it, but the bottom line is he did. He once had an interview with had an interview also on Arise TV where he was asked about this same thing and he condemned the buying in the Southeast and said, condemn any acts of violence or illegality committed by IPOB or any agitator, I quote him. So I just wanted to put out there. If we are a people who care about facts, not our own hidden
Say
agenda.
that again. I missed it. Read the quote again, please.
He said in 2025, this was an interview he had on Arise TV. He said, I condemn any acts of violence or illegality committed by IPOB or any agitator. So what I'm trying to say here is this. We can disagree with him. He's a political leader. At the end of the day, he's trying to win an election. Okay? You may not like his style and his methodology, and that's okay. You understand what I'm saying? But I just don't like when people lie. It's an irritant to me. It doesn't make any sense.
So here is the thing, right? It's not necessarily a lie. It's not necessarily a lie. This one way they tell us now, right? You had to go and dig it. It's in maybe one interview, right? You had to go find it, right? That's why most people don't believe that he has condemned it. And I believe you. He said it on that TV. I'll take your word for it. However, I can bring any Nigerian now and tell the Nigerian, has Obi ever said that he will run for 4 terms? the average Nigerian will say yes. Do you know why? Because he has said it repeatedly. So that is the difference. But when it comes to this IPOB thing, we have to go and be looking for where he said it. Do you understand what I'm saying? He has not emphatically, not the word. He has not emphatically, condemned IPOB. And I hope you understand where we are coming from. It's not that we are lying. If you that supports him have to go and look for it, that's a problem already, Mr. Patoski.
No. Well, I needed to give you specifics, right? Because at the end of the day, we come here to learn.
Yeah.
The people who have a propaganda embedded in their consciousness, even if he says it 2 million times, somebody
make it talk 2 million times first. Make it talk 2 million times.
Well, at the end of the day, he has to balance being a politician and saying the truth. And you and I know, unless we are just pretending, politicians sometimes, even Trump, anybody, they asked Tinubu today, why is opposition being shot at? What was his response? I know they carry gun, but you're the commander of the armed forces. Literally every gun that is in Nigeria carried by police and army is under your command. You understand?
Yeah, so I thought that statement was a little bit off. Not a little bit, was off, very off. Right. When he made that statement, say he doesn't have a license, even though he has even though he can do it because he controls all that stuff. I thought it was off, very off. Because are we stupid to think, get guns, so nobody they control all these people? You know what I'm saying? So I thought that was off. But I can say that's the difference between me and maybe you and Peter Obi. I can say that Tinubu is off here. But you cannot say that Peter Obi is off for not condemning this violence. That's the difference between me and you.
But what I'm saying to you, my dear brother, at the end of the day is, you can demand for him to do more. There's no problem with that. You understand?
I'm not demanding per se. I expect. I can't demand anything from him. He's just
you can play with the semantics. I know you're particular with English language. Okay, I respect.
Okay, fair enough. I can't demand anything from him. I expect.
But the political reality is he has to balance being a politician, right, and saying what you and I want him to say all the time. Also, this is a country that somebody already said they will never vote him because he's from a certain region of the country where there's a belief that he's going to dissolve the country, right?
Yeah.
So he has to balance all those things. In conclusion, here what I'm saying, I'm not here to fight anybody.
Absolutely, right? I'm not here to fight anybody either. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you want to conclude so we can move forward,
That's why I still came up. So
appreciate it.
Soludo is presently the governor of Anambra State. Okay? He should do his damn job. Period. Okay? Peter Obi had 8 years. Anambra was relatively more peaceful than it is today. Factual. Okay? Let's leave the man alone. The ball is in the court of Soludo. He's the governor of Anambra State. It is incumbent on him to secure the lives and the properties of everybody who lives in that state. Period. When Obi was there, he did it to a reasonable, measurable extent.
Absolutely.
That's where I end my submission. Thank you.
I agree with you. Fair enough. And thank you for submitting that. But, now I can now argue that, if he did it then, he knew the problem. That problem then, that must solve. And
leave Peter Obi alone.
I cannot leave him now. He's a public figure. Why we going to leave him alone? We're not going to leave him alone. He did what he had to do. The problem then was Masob. And he didn't tidy him how he's supposed to tidy him. And that's why you can say categorically that he did it with measurable metrics and stuff, right? Objective metrics. But now that IPOB, which is somewhat similar to Masob, him now, no one can talk about
when
him.
He becomes the president, we can now drag his balls. Fair enough.
Fair enough, Mr. Patoski. I appreciate you joining back. I appreciate you joining back and sharing your thoughts and your final thoughts on this. Choma, I know say you go. Do you want to say something before we move forward, Choma?
Okay, so I think it's kind of convenient when you say leave him alone. First of all, no, we're not leaving him alone. We go pin up for neck. And second of all, he's not going to be president. So this is the only opportunity we go hold him. Because when he loses elections, he's going to go back to his business that is based in Lagos. The reason why on Amachari
every time there's something happening in Lagos, it's because he is a stakeholder and because his business thrives. He extracts from the economy. The very economy everybody's complaining and saying Nigeria, whatever, he's a billionaire inside of that. So no. The same way I'm holding Atiku, I'm holding him on the neck because he is also a candidate. Because when he goes and he's like going to the north and he's pointing to those things, he's usually firm. He's not a pacifist. In fact, they even they're scared of the bandits and the Boko Haram. Is the people that you cannot call them by their names. And because we are talking about facts, 3 months ago after the conviction, a day after the conviction, he was asked specifically about the conviction, and he said, so don't come here and say, in the one time that absolute bunker, absolute rubbish. Because the only thing that matters here, again, let me reiterate, I do not care about your feelings. Shit, I don't even send my papa. Okay? I don't send you either. I don't send your Obi. I don't even send Tinibu. I don't send anybody. But on this Southeast Mereno, this is not something that happened. It happened in our very before as soon as they talk for Nigeria. It's not something that we can sort of gaslight ourselves into saying we need decorum and decorum. When IPOB was buying people, you did not climb the stage, to Kano stage, to talk about decorum. How many people of opposite minds and when he was shouting he was supreme leader, when he was doing these things you admit are terrorist acts, you did not seek for decorum and understanding and I don't give a damn about this. And this is my thing with you men. This is how you guys were doing Ghana made decorum, and 6 years passed. So I don't have time. I don't have tolerance for that. Because you see those families of those people, the people that right now, they don't know where they bury their people. If you go to Isheke, oh my God, you go weep. They will name you the names of the families. You get families where 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, 6 people, entire family, they buy. You come here and tell me about your feelings. Man, nigga, fuck your feelings. I don't care. If your feelings is what you think we should consider in the scheme of the fact that there was a time where even people like Chief Priest no fit go their village. I'm from Umbisi and no more here. So arguably it's not happening there. But I have friends, and as an almost victim of these animals and these monsters, when you reach your turn, just gaslight yourself. I don't go do it. The same way that I'm trying, I don't even send the senator of my constituency where know me by first name basis, come be Obi, where I go, Obi went with a C for DC, yeah. What are you talking about? And when you guys kind of try to make Obi is not your personal project. He's not your family leader. Obi is running. And one of the things you guys don't understand from independents and the people who are undecided, the people who basically have to sort of actually scrutinize Obi, because you have propped him as the exception. So you're not saying we should not judge him by the same rules that we are. All the other people are not admitting to me that they are saying we remember that we are criminals. We're not denying that we are criminals. Obi said that he is a purist and he's a. That is why the expectations are higher. The reason why, particularly for me, it is higher is because he was firm during the time that Masob was like terrorizing his state. What did he do? He even went to extreme. Why did he do that? Because Masob was moving mad. But I can tell you that in terms of scale, Masob did not do Chimbai compared to what it is that we are facing. These people did something where it wasn't just on nature. It wasn't just a metropolitan area. It wasn't just a little city or a town or something. These people crossed over states. That Murder Valley that was like Murder Valley. They turned it into Murder Valley. The bones that are there. Is that what we should be talking about? Our feelings, can you hear your feelings, man? What do you think the feelings of the people like? There's this girl. I swear to God, every day I go on Facebook, I just feel bad. I don't know what to tell her. Why? Because now in Papa where they be Polamo and bury her alive. And every time where they see her name pop up, my heart sinks. Why does she follow me? She follows me because I was one of the only people who was basically just talking about what happened to her father. So, should I care about your feelings? You that is faceless, nameless, you're not even proud of where you are from. You cannot even stand as a man. You may have a penis, but I have the balls, and they are bigger than yours. Because you can't even stand 10 toes down and say, these people are terrorists, and I say this and I stand by this message. That that is why we care so much about the things that don't matter. And because we have passed the Rubicon, Onyabala will have to deal with their own feelings. You have to deal with your own respect. You have to give yourself that respect you're expecting from Choma Amaryllis, because it might come from Kachi, but it will never, ever, ever come from me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Choma. I have one question for you. If you have time, make I go. Mr. Harry, if you have the time to join now before you go to work, I see you have to go. But if Choma too, you have time to hold on, because I get one or maybe two questions for you later. But I want to make Mr. Harry give us his thoughts on the talk. And all right, thank you, Choma. Harry Niger, do you have time still, or you have to go at this minute?
Yes, I bet make I work for psychiatric clinic.
All right. Mike, I know they give una personal information. Make una leave Choma. Choma, I don't know that Choma na police speaking. She go give you her name, her last name, her village, everything. This is online. Make una they share our information online.
No, we don't get anything to fear.
I understand, but still, it's just private, man. This is public. You see what I'm saying? I don't know, man.
No, it's what I do. It's what I do. So.
All right, man. Okay. All right, I hear you. I respect that too. But yeah, let's hear your thoughts on the topic.
Okay, quickly. I feel like a Chihuahua now coming into a bulldog's den.
No, you're not, my brother. You're not.
Yeah, you see, the thing, Mr. Patosky, I understand where he's coming from, but we cannot treat anything personal. You see, I was an OB person. I'm not in Nigeria, so I don't vote, but it's my country and I follow it. I'm from Edo State. I'm a Bini. But anything there concerns me. I like how Obi had come on. In fact, with my 13,000 followers then, I came and I said Obi shouldn't have gone to court. There was no need. Yeah, myself, I go grab a fidget spinner where they use now when everything happened. You see, it shouldn't have gone to court.
All
For
right,
the first time
Mr. Patosky,
in a long time.
I say Mr. Patosky, Harry Niger, no vex, I beg. Make we stick to the topic. We can talk about that shortly, but maybe we'll just go to the topic. Sorry, no vex.
Is Soludo the bravest Igbo leader right now? He made a speech. Talk has always been cheap. Okay, he came out and he spoke. Now, when he went to the Onitsha market and said he wants to cancel this Monday sit-at-home thing and want people to come back, I held my breath. Now, you ask people to come out and risk their lives. What was the support for them?
I think he had support there. He had security on ground. Absolutely, 100%. Soludo had security.
But it wasn't all covering. It wasn't all covering.
What do you mean all covering?
These people it wasn't enough.
How you know say it wasn't enough? He had security. If it wasn't enough, for here say 2 people don't buy it, 5 people don't buy it, but it wasn't definitely enough.
It happened. They hurt people still.
Yeah, there's gonna be
that's what I'm saying.
Here's what I'm trying to say. There's gonna be pockets. Pockets is the word. The people they go one form say we still there, and then stupidly they'll go and hurt people. Those things are gonna happen. Security can never be enough. Otherwise, crime no good day for the world, right? But the point is, he had security.
So.
He had security on ground.
Yeah. I mean,
and by the way, he has gone to Newi to show them the same shege when he show on the Jamaican market people. And shout out to Soludo again. He has gone to Newi to show them that same thing. Since they no one they go market, in close market for this week. Next week, if they no come, in go close them again. Make them day house they enjoy. You know?
Yeah, I don't understand the Igbo language, but I
don't speak Igbo now. English I speak. I mean, Pidgin I speak.
I'm referring to Soludo's speech.
Oh, okay.
The main market there. Yeah, no, of course, English is speaking. Yeah.
Me, I don't even speak Igbo, sir. I the one that which time I speak Igbo, yeah.
I still get asked to grind with Nsukka University, Nigeria University in Nsukka, for not taking me to read law there. So, but the thing is, but I understand a bit of what he was saying. My people, Igbo people take everything as business. whether positive or negative, na business. Yeah, they don't take that thing business to mean whatever you do and you make money from it is business, good or bad. Oh, we are businessmen, we are business minded. No. So back to Soludo. I don't see any brave there, quote unquote. He just came and he spoke, which anybody could do. And say,
Not
this is what I
really.
want.
It's not just speaking, it's the action. He's backing it up. He's backing up his words.
Because he's holding the right end of the stick.
As it should be, though. What of Alex Oti? What about Alex Oti? Is he not holding the right end of the stick? Why not they speak up? What of Pete? Even though Peter Mbai, I don't think he has said anything, but at least he's showing the work. He didn't get people now for forest where they make sure say that nonsense don't come in state. But at least he has not even spoken, right? Okay, fine. Hopus or Dimma. That one said no be even that one made a statement recently, said no be IPOB people they cause I'm saying that government. He made a careless statement like that, right? So what about those people? If this one is speaking, why shouldn't we commend him? You see what I'm saying? If they speak, why shouldn't we commend him? There are other people that hold the same power that he holds, and they're not speaking. So what's wrong with commending him?
Exactly. That is where I would say, okay, commend him. But again, I still maintain talk is cheap. I'll still commend him for standing out and saying, hey, people, that is where this rebellion thing, give us our freedom thing, is not going to work because the house is divided. Let's come back, sit together, and let's talk about how we are going to formulate this thing.
Oh, one second. Really you say you be a do, Abi?
I be a do.
When you come, they say, then let's come together and sit together and do the divide. Like, how, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but
Nigeria,
okay, fair enough. Now I see.
No, okay. I don't do that side. Nigeria.
Okay. I'm like, where are you? Anyway.
Yeah, because my Edo people will not understand the thing. They say, Biafra. Where do you stand as Edo if Nigeria breaks?
Yep.
We are going to be. How many we be? We are going to be torn into pieces. We are going to become slave to this side and that side.
If people man catch you, listen, make I tell you about my people. Make I tell you about my people. During the Eastern region, Western region, all that stuff back then, right? The Eastern region, Igbo people, we don't let any other person hold position. No, now we hold all the position. If this thing happen, Ona do mistake, join us. We go show Ona shake you. You people should not even. You make Ona not even they put mouth for this thing because Igbo people know they agree. Oh, they go hold all the position. Ting.
Geographically, we not even fit join that. Geographically,
I did tell you. And the crazy part about this, my brothers, where they shout this thing, we had all the positions in the Eastern region then, the juicy positions then, but we still they shout marginalization.
Eh? Yeah, Nnamdi Kanu just show people English. So people English, they're not bothered to go check the meaning for dictionary. I mean, how can you let somebody who call his name Gentle the Yahoo and General Miniskirt?
I pencil, angel makeup. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Nnamdi Azikiwe will be rolling in his grave.
Yo, tell me about it, man. What Michael Okpara will be rolling in his grave, my brother. Tell me about it, man.
Himself will be rolling.
Ojukwu himself, where me I still get my problem with, will be rolling in his grave, man. Yo,
Gentle the Yahoo, General Makeup, General Yellow Skirt.
Nnamdi Kanu, even Nnamdi Kanu, Baba.
Nnamdi Kanu, they form.
Baba.
They form English.
Yo.
Okay. But the thing, anytime Igbo people now be this, it blow my head. Now Igbo be this.
Unbelievable.
Make I quickly submit. Make I go. You see,
Thank you, Jerry.
You took it from me. You took it from me a while ago. Why then they treat people don't know say the person where form even Boko Haram, Yusuf, they buy him, no justice. You mentioned Shekau, they buy him, nobody they ask question.
They buy and buy in clone, buy the clone of in clone, buy the now what for
They
you?
still
Now
they
what for
buy
you?
all these small breakaway factions.
Now
They still
what
they
for
buy
you?
them, nobody they ask. So I beg, I like what you do.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, I like Ijele, may God continue to protect that man. I don't know where he
Absolutely.
gets his balls from. I don't know. If I see those kind of men, me I they check myself. I they hold myself between my legs every time to check.
His
If I
ball, his
still
ball
dey
is
there.
made of steel. That guy in balls now steel. Now steel they use doing balls. I did tell you.
Apart from balls,
I did tell you, man.
his knowledge.
Yeah, his knowledge. Absolutely, absolutely. His
The
knowledge. Yeah,
facts the
yeah,
guy spills.
yeah, yeah.
The
That too.
facts.
That too.
It makes me go back to my history class.
Yep, yep.
You don't need to go to Google. If you go school for Nigeria, you don't need to go to Google when the man speaks.
Yep. I agree with you.
There's another guy that anytime the zinc roof the day behind him. I don't know. I don't forget the guy name too. The man said they spill facts. If people go listen, they make comparison. Now they don't leave. That cause this thing be they don't catch on selective justice.
Yep.
They don't catch on that phrase now. Everybody is running with selective justice. No, selective comparison. Now don't try them.
Word. Word. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you, sir.
Harry
Thank you.
Niger.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you,
Long
Mr.
reach to wherever you need it.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate you and your patience as well. Because I know say get how the show they go. I make una they forgive me. Get how they do the show. But it's for the entertainment of everybody. It's not just me. It's not just, I'm trying to make everybody welcome, entertained, and have a good time at the show. I appreciate you, Mr. Harry Niger. But Choma, I have a question for you. If you have another maybe 6 minutes, make I address the chat and then I'll ask you that question.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Make our address chat real quick. All right, Facebook chat here. Chukuka Okenwa. Thank you for still being here, by the way. He says Obi knew that his supporters are not organic. That's why he didn't want to talk about IPOB and MNK. I don't know, man. We'll leave that to him. This time around, we'll go ask him. Hopefully, he will give us a better answer. Ekwensu Dinso, thank you for joining from Facebook. I appreciate you. Ekwensu Dinso. Thank you so much. And that name, they tough. If you be Igbo person, you don't go even want to call the name. If you're a religious Igbo person, you don't go want to call that name. But so thank you for being here. Rema Integral, he says, Obi never condemned anything. You are the one lying. I believe you are referring to Mr. Patoski. Mr. Patoski left. We'll talk about them. Probably not. But anyway, I believe you're referring to Mr. Patoski. Let's see who else is here. Ifanye Keme is here. You're still here. Thank you for still being here. I appreciate it. Let's look at the chat on TikTok. Uncle K says, Mama Africa, he has run away. He had bingo vibes and realized that no bingo is around here. Anyway, it's what it is, right? Uncle K, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Mama Africa, thank you for being here. Uncle K, thank you for being here. Patoski say, host, who do you not have a problem with? Me, I don't have for myself, sir. I get problem with everybody. Hey, listen, man, I've come to realize, right? Make you no hold anybody. You shouldn't hold not one person to any esteem because that person is a human being and then they're fallible. She's not fallible, I've been infallible. But you get the point. Everybody, man like you, we get flaws. You go to put them for high esteem. That's why I get problem with everybody. That's why I get problem with everybody, my brother. But yeah, that's what it is. Ultra T24, Juku, the cross. All right, let's not say that, but Ultra T, thank you for being here. Mr. Oye, thank you for being here. Mr. Oye said, Kachitu, they talk truth. The truth shall set you free, my brother. You need to talk the truth. You need to speak the truth anyway. Let's keep liking and hopefully we've hit the 4-hour mark. We'll go soon call them a day. We have Choma and then Bam Bam. And hope if Legacy TV has a final thought, we're going to hear his final thoughts. And for those who's been gifting, make una no vex for me. The gifts, they come somewhere I wanted to see them because I'm using a computer now. So they come somewhere I wanted to see them. But I appreciate you guys. Mr. Oye, thank you for the roses. Checkmate, thank you for the roses. Christopher Eubo, thank you for the roses. Peace Preacher, thank you for the roses. Kehinde Baba Lola, don't use rose, finish me. Thank you, Kehinde Baba. Let me make sure it's Baba Lola. But Mr. Kehinde, thank you for the roses. I appreciate you. All right, the one question, which is not part of what we're discussing, by the way, is somewhat related. Trauma, I believe you go get the answer because you say you go do live for 7 days. I've not seen those lives. But has Nnamdi Kanu filed the... You say you go talk about that thing for 7 days. I'd still wait for them to be live. I know, I understand. Don't mind me. I understand. But I was
had to go into Virginia, so yeah, I work just too much. Yeah.
I see. But the question is, has he filed? Has he filed the appeal?
Yes, he has.
Omo were. Baba were.
You can actually pull it up. You can Google it and pull it up. You can it's actually public, so you can see it.
Okay.
Make you laugh more.
Okay. Baba were don't file appeal. Baba were has filed an appeal.
He finally filed them by himself.
Okay. He filed it by himself.
Yes, nah.
Baba
Were.
Were.
Give me, that one don't quit.
Baba Were. That guy not the original Baba Were. Anyway, that was the question I had for you because I know that you say you could do 7 days live, but I understand you're busy. I was just making a joke. I understand you're busy.
No, it's just work. But yeah. I go give say 27th na the D-Day now.
Oh, okay.
So we go do live coverage.
All right. Sounds good then. Sounds good. Yes. All right, Mr. Bam Bam. Thank you so much for your patience. I know say you don't go down the swear for me that as it is man when you go reach my own top.
No. I've been to your show some times ago. You remember?
Yeah.
I've been a judge on your show.
Oh, okay. So thank you so much. Thank you, my brother. Thank you for
first
coming
and foremost, I'm a Yoruba man.
All right.
I love what you are doing. I have an Igbo friend who is from Esiobodo, Agumano. In fact, I have to ask him to name my first son. Give my first son a name, and he gave him Obina. Now, what I'm saying is, to me, the topic, yes, because Soludo is a political leader, I can say yes. But for me, for someone like me that I've seen a lot, I think one of the bravest Igbo right now are you guys. And I will explain. Soludo now is going out of maybe, now this is the second time of Soludo. And Soludo has reason. He has some reasons. Pardon my English. Why he's doing some of those things that he's doing. Maybe during the first tenure, he may not be able to carry out this structure. But you know what? I sit down and I think that one of the problems we are facing is one of those things our parents, our forefathers told us about Nigeria, about Igbos, Hausa, Yorubas. Now, I said, if I should find people like you, Shoma, Ijele, to change the face, then the next generation is going to be better. Because now, regardless of, when Patoski came up, I see Patoski, I know you clash with Patoski. Patoski is an obedient. I know him, we've met. In fact, he's ready, and because you mentioned Obi, that's why Patoski is angry.
Yeah, I don't think I'll call it clash per se. We just had a conversation.
I know, because I know conversation, but I know him very well.
Yeah.
Do you understand? But what I'm saying is, you don't care whether it's Obi, whether it's Tinubu, whether it's Yoruba, whether it's anybody. You just stand with the facts, and that is what I love. And I said to some people that if Obi himself can have people like you, Shioma, Ijele,
I know go fit do. I know go fit do. It's too early for me to do politics, my brother. I'm learning.
No. I'm saying in terms of follower advice, because what we see, people don't face the truth because of politics. Now, what I'm saying is, what Soludo is doing is very good. You see, when Patoski mentioned 2 billion in North, I said to myself, we will never pray for what is going on in northern part of Nigeria to happen in Southeast. You can ask those soldiers that are there. That place is a WAR zone. Imagine Nigeria decide to go separate way today. Then you will know what the northern, what they are facing.
Yep.
Some community, you can't go there. A lot of places have been deserted. People don't know that. You shouldn't compare those areas with what is going on in South. We would never pray for that to happen in South East. And that's what we are praying for. So to me, I think you guys, you are doing one of the best job.
Appreciate it.
You are saving this generation and you are saving the one that is coming.
Appreciate it.
Look,
And I hate that I'm somehow roped in with Choma and Ijele. Like, really, not hate per se, but, you know, it's a little bit flattery because I'm not supposed to be there. Choma and Ijele, they do this thing, right? Over a decade, right? They've been speaking against Nnamdi. Now, December, now, my eye clear. You come, they put me with these people. So, you know,
okay,
separate me. Put Choma and Ijele for one side, I beg.
let me just shift
Yeah,
something
absolutely.
a little bit.
Yeah.
It's not about speaking against Nnamdi Kanu. It's about standing with the truth.
Yeah.
Like, I see the truth and I stand. You know, what you are doing, look, let me tell you something. People are looking at you, people know you, they can see people can come at you to attack you. But for you to stand and speak the truth, that you don't care, you want to stand with the truth, you don't know what it means. And you said something that your father indoctrinated you, and that is the belief of everyone. You don't understand. But now you will explain to people when anybody comes to you. That's why I want to appeal to Shoma. Please, you need those guys. You just need to calm down. Maybe they should follow your pattern. Talk to them. Let them see the light. That is what
Choma
we
no
need.
go talk to Bingo. Choma and Ijele no go.
So,
Choma will
Soludo
never
has
talk to
done-
the Bingo. At
You
all.
see, what Soludo is doing is going to benefit a lot of people,
Absolutely.
not only the Southeast.
Absolutely.
That's what people don't know. And what you guys are doing, I don't know me, I don't usually believe in prayer, I believe in work, but I know God will protect you. But just
Thank
keep
you.
it up.
Thank you,
Because
brother.
that is what we need. That is what we need to keep this country going. And let me tell you something. If we are going to go our separate way, we shouldn't go with bitterness, with hatred, with
Bro, we know they
marginalizing.
go anywhere. There's nobody going anywhere.
So,
Go with
so my,
separate ways.
my happiness, you know, when I see somebody like you, maybe in my tribe, I'm happy. Because what we see in Nigeria today is whether the thing is bad. So far it is my tribe, I will support it. That is what is going on in Nigeria today.
Yeah.
So before you can find people like you, Ijele, Sherman, and Co, I have a lot of people. It's very difficult, and you are facing a lot. I know. Maybe it's because you smile a lot. That's why I know you face a lot of attack. People will call you names. You see that they say they're giving you money, this and that. Just continue. I know people will see
Appreciate
it
it,
because
man.
of the younger ones. So that's how we can move our country forward. That's how we can save our country. We cannot allow Southeast to degenerate to what is going on in the northern part of the country.
Yep.
We will never like it. So keep it up. You are the bravest. So
Beg,
yes, you don't know.
Ijele
You
brave,
don't know what you are
that
doing.
guy in balls
You
now
are,
still
you
they
are,
use
see,
dual.
let me tell you something. When you meet any obedient now, they will come to you that marginalization, selective justice, all those things, but you give them facts.
Yeah.
And not only because it's Igbo, when it comes to other, maybe Tinubu, or you give them facts. That is what you do. And when you give people facts and they are learning to learn, are you getting it? See, somebody will sit down and think. Then tomorrow, if I'm telling the story to my child, I will not give him or her a fabricated story.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell them that I've been marginalized. I'm going to tell them the facts. This is it. This is what happened. Then sit down and choose. You know, that is what we need so that the hatred can go down. And that's why I usually say, if Obi can have people like you, I think he will put a lot of crowd because you is about truth. We need the truth. We don't need. I'm surprised Padoski is talking about politics. If it is another platform, Padoski will never say politics. He will attack you back to back because I know him very well. So this is what we need. It's good to condemn these people. A lot of things have happened.
Yeah.
People are not people. When I see when people compare Igbo to Nnamdi Kanu, I just laugh. Do you know how many? A lot of kings. Yoruba land were divided immediately. People are condemning him. What you are doing is not good, this and that. And the same leader, they came to apologize that okay, he has to apologize to them. But can you tell me any leader in Yoruba land, in Igbo land that can call Nnamdi Kanu to order? Just name one.
Even the ones where in boys go by, their predecessor, they come out, they say, make them free him. One idiot from Enugu channel, from Nsukka the other day, say, I made them send them back to Kenya or let them release him. You know, some bullshit like that.
We
right?
can't just compare. Even in North, when you see those people, they still have some people that can call them to order. Igbo will go to those kings and lie down flat and greet them. Tell me one person that Nnamdi Kanu will listen to.
For where? Nnamdi Kanu will say, I'm a god. I can choose who will buy today, who will not buy tomorrow.
Need to think. So that's why people need to think. Imagine the Biafra eventually happen and Nnamdi Kanu is the leader. What do you think will happen?
Absolutely.
So that is how you need to appeal to them. You don't need to fight them. You don't need to you need to appeal. Let them see the light. There may be. This one is not about government. It's about the truth, the light, what we want for ourselves.
Absolutely.
So thank you, my brother. Just keep doing the job. I really appreciate you.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate it, man. But shout out to Choma and Ijele and Blessed Dom and Amarachi and Ikenga and Ekwensu Dinso, Paparazzi. Who else am I missing? A ton of them who've been in this struggle, this thing, you know, for decades, man. Pushing back. People will see him immediately. Now they can't bring out and watch your head. Then catch him immediately. Say this one a scam. Shout out to those guys. Me, I've been sympathize. So me, I know they for that category. Me, I don't take that category at all. And they tell you say that way Mr. Savvy. Thank you, Already. Mr. Savvy, he was here earlier. You know, that way go the man to go Germany when they beat up. They laugh. They think they with me at the toy and Gio catch you, Mumu. Anyway, listen, man. listen. All things are passed away. Even the Bible talk about all things are passed away. All things have become new. I'm new. I'm brand new today in 2026. Listen, man, make not forgive me. But anyway, Legacy TV, thank you for still being here. If you have any final thoughts before we end the show for today, and hopefully we'll have another show tomorrow. Otherwise, maybe Saturday. Otherwise, for sure on Sunday, we're going to come back here. But Legacy TV, if you want to give us your final thoughts, let's call it a day.
Yeah, finally, just like you said, only will wear that. I just had to remember. Only will wear that, that was so funny. I don't do that.
I didn't tell you. No, Miss Mama.
I'm telling you, really funny. It was funny, though.
Oh, it was funny, my brother. I'm not gonna lie. It was funny. Voila.
Yeah, I wish I could have addressed Patuski because Patuski was talking about giving money to the northern terrorists and all of that.
Yeah.
But he forgot that Governor Rochas gave them money too. He came on Channels TV and told us that he gave them money, 500 million, if you remember. And at the time, my friend was the Commissioner of Finance. I'm not going to mention names. Remo State. He told me he did it. They gave money.
No, so do like Choma. Choma, they call everybody name. No, call anybody name. I beg.
I don't call him.
I beg.
So, and then they're talking about there was another one, you know, at the time. How come Nnamdi got life imprisonment and the northern counterpart got 20 years? That northern counterpart pleaded guilty. These are just false equivalents and all of that, like I said, right? These are things people need to know, but they don't know. And you know why? Back to I'm going to finish on this topic about being brave. Why I believe Soludo is one of the bravest is because of him coming out to debunk the narrative that they all were pushing for many years, that it's about Fulani. So Soludo came out and told us, look, statistics based on lineage, the ones that are being caught are not the Igbo people. And let me not tell you, when I was picked up here, let me tell you what happened. When I was picked up, they started speaking Igbo. You know the story. I'll tell you that story one over there. I told you it's a long story. They started speaking Igbo initially. They said, we get down, blah, blah. And then after, when they got me in the vehicle, they started speaking Hausa. So I started saying to them, I was brave. I said to them, this and that. When I said Hausa, they stopped speaking Hausa. These were Igbo boys. Clear, blatantly Igbo people. So that was one of the bravest things.
Man, I'm really glad you're here to tell this story. No be small thing.
I'm telling you. It's not just, ask Ijela, know that they know the story. Now, what's her name? Blessed them, all of them, they know what happened to me. Right? So it's a real life story. So when people are talking about bravery, as a leader, some steps you take could actually mean you losing your position.
Yeah.
You understand? But Soludo's come out to take the bold step. and say, after all, after this tenure, even it might even mean his political career, but he's taking the bold step to take it by the door and debunk all those things. These people and false narratives and propaganda going around, and that's bravery to me.
It is.
So please, for me, we need to hold and support Soludo as it stands. We don't have any Igbo leader we can hold on to. There's nobody. We don't have anyone. And this is somebody that's shown sparks of brilliance, shown in every area, showing us that, look, support me, I can do the right thing for our people. And I can see that if we support this man, we can probably have a first Igbo president in Soludo. Thank you very much. Kachi, it's been a nice time. I've enjoyed it. Anytime I'll be coming on the program, and I really wish, next time I'll have more time to speak. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Legacy TV Nigeria. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. And Kehinde Babalola, you want use Shena Babalola, no be Babalola, sorry. Babajide, Kehinde Babajide, thank you so much for the roses. You want your rose, finish me. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. But hey, man, listen, this is going to be the end of the show for today. We'll see you now tomorrow. If we don't see you now tomorrow, we'll see you now next tomorrow. If we don't see you now next tomorrow, see you now next other tomorrow. Until then, peace. See you when I see you, man. Thank you guys so much. Facebook people, I appreciate you guys. YouTube, I don't know what's gonna happen with there, but thank you guys. Hopefully it's gonna get some traction. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. See you next time. Peace.